Go ahead, Cesar.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, May 24th, 2021. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Wisa Davis.
Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Lord of all creation, we come today to honor you and to remind ourselves of your pivotal place in our lives, your call to service to our brothers and sisters, your anointing of leadership. We ask your blessing on this meeting of the El Paso County Commissioners Court. We ask that your wisdom would guide the Commissioners Court as they seek to work together to accomplish the goals on today's agenda, to vision for the governance and protection of the health, welfare, and safety of this community, especially those most vulnerable in our midst. Thank you for the opportunities you give us to serve you and to serve others in our journey of discipleship. May our actions and our attitudes please you this day. We praise these things in your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Really appreciate you being here today with us on this Monday morning. Thank you. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Judge, do you have any opening comments for us this morning?
Yeah, just want to welcome everyone on behalf of commissioners and myself. We welcome you to Commissioners Court, and we thank you for your participation. And as we've always said, if you're close to us, it really helps us to convey certain messages and information. And also wish we have a great week leading up to Memorial Day. And so I want to thank everyone for participating and want everybody to have just a wonderful and very productive week. Thank all of you that are listening in.
Thank you, sir. This morning, we're joined by our ASL interpreters, Dario Garcia and James Garcia. Item number 4 from the consent agenda. The consent agenda is composed of items 4A through 4Q. Are there any items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners, are there any items? Hearing none, I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5 is resolutions. Item number 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing May 28, 2021 as Menstrual Hygiene Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Holguin.
Good morning, Judge. And I believe we actually have a speaker, Connie Moreno, who will be speaking after I read the resolution. I'm not sure if she's on the line already.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we? Great, wonderful. Okay, so let me go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas each year, May 28th is celebrated worldwide as Menstrual Hygiene Day, whereas poor menstrual hygiene is caused by a lack of education on the issue, pre-existing taboos and stigma, limited access to hygienic menstrual products, and poor sanitation infrastructure, which all undermine the educational opportunities, health, and overall social status of women and girls around the world. As a result, millions of women and girls across the globe are kept from reaching their full potential. Whereas, according to a national survey, 1 in 5 women and girls struggle to afford period products. Whereas 4 in 5 girls either missed or know someone who missed school because they did not have access to period products. Whereas on May 28th of each year, advocates such as Her Pantry, located here in El Paso, attempt to raise awareness of period poverty and its consequences. Whereas community awareness is necessary to eliminating the taboos, stigma, and limited access to menstrual products. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court, that the County of El Paso recognizes May 28th to be Menstrual Hygiene Day and encourages all El Pasoans to learn about period poverty and how to combat it. Signed this 24th day of May, 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I believe we have Connie on the line.
Ms. Moreno, you're muted and your camera is off.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good
Thank you
morning.
so much for allowing me to propose this resolution and for your adoption today. I just want to take a minute of your time and just tell you how much I appreciate you accepting the resolution, as well as giving me the ability to bring awareness to this cause. It's pretty unknown, so it's not too familiar here in El Paso, but we're really trying to bring awareness to this cause because it is affecting young women as well as older women who don't have access to these supplies on a daily basis. So again, I just continue to thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Moreno. As always, we're so proud when, especially topics that are not well known, and gives us the opportunity to create this kind of awareness. I've always said that awareness is the first huge step towards anything that we do, and so we thank you for that. And it's great knowledge for a lot of people, including myself, and I thank you, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. No, and thank you, Connie. Thank you for bringing this resolution to my office, and I was very honored to present it. And thank you for all of the work that you do with Her Pantry here in El Paso.
Thank you, Ms. Moreno. You have a wonderful day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Cesar.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution declaring Monday, May 31st, 2021 as Memorial Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Robinson.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners. I'll have comments after the resolution is read. I believe we're going to have Jessica read the resolution for us.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Dominguez from County Administration, reading this resolution on behalf of Commissioner Robinson's office. Whereas Memorial Day is a federal holiday in the United States, celebrated the last Monday in May, and whereas following World War I, Memorial Day is held to honor all those who died while serving in the military, and whereas on Memorial Day, America undertakes its solemn duty to honor the brave men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our country and the cause of freedom around the world. And whereas on Memorial Day, the United States pauses to honor the fallen heroes who died in service to our nation. And whereas as we remember those who have died in our nation's service, we understand and appreciate the values of patriotism, citizenship, honor, and duty. And whereas we must never forget that freedom comes at a cost and we are the beneficiaries of that sacrifice. And whereas we honor those who believe so deeply in our country that they were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect its promise of freedom for all. And whereas men and women of the Air Force, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard are serving around the world and deserve our gratitude and respect. including our support when they return home. And whereas with solemn hearts and infinite gratitude, we mourn those women and men and those unknown. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that May 31st, 2021 be known as Memorial Day. Signed this 24th day of May, 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Yes, Memorial Day is a very significant day in our history of this country as far as the military is concerned. We have a multitude of individuals who have lost their lives as a result in defense of this nation. We have several people online to speak on this issue. We have Mr. Gus Rodriguez, the civilian aide to the military, to Secretary of the Army. Also, I believe we have Beth Williams, who is the wife of the Command Sergeant Major, 1st Army Division, Fort Bliss. Ms. Carlos Rivera should be online, as well as Mr. Richard Britton. We honor the dead by serving the living. So I'll go to Mr. Gus Rodriguez.
Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Commissioner, County Judge, members of the court. I want to express my thanks to you for considering this resolution. We know Memorial Day honors and mourns the military personnel who have died in performance of their military duties while serving in the United States Armed Forces. Throughout the history of this nation, countless citizens of El Paso County have made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of this nation. This resolution honors our friends and neighbors that have served and given their lives in defense of freedom. As a community that is called home by soldiers at Fort Bliss and service members at White Sands and Holloman Air Force Base, we are always reminded that men and women in military service are deployed throughout the world guarding our freedoms. So I wish to express my thanks in the name of the family members and friends of those who have lost loved ones while serving in our armed services for you all to considering this resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'll take the opportunity to thank you for so much that you do, not only for veterans, but in a relationship with the military. And we thank you for all your community service. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Judge.
Now we should have Ms. Williams online now.
Yes,
Go ahead.
hello. Thank
Williams?
you, Judge, commissioners, for having me today. I'm as honored to be a part of this. I am a Fort Bliss active duty spouse, and of course that makes me a resident of El Paso County. And so I'm honored to be here. Thank you for putting this together. This is a very important holiday. I think it's easy to sort of recognize Memorial Day as being, the beginning of summer or, the end of school. But we have to go back and we have to reflect on what this holiday is really all about. And we don't want to forget. When I married my soldier over 20 years ago, it became very obvious that federal holidays throughout the year and Memorial Day are very different. You have to remember what this is about. And, I started thinking what my Memorial Day would mean if I got that knock at the door that my soldier wasn't going to return. And so for us as military spouses, the kind of day that, we want to honor, but we never want to be a part of, something that's going to affect our lives in that way. But we're so grateful that this holiday has been put into existence. We want everyone to remember all of those that have fallen. We want to remember those family members, those Gold Star family members. We never want to forget them. We want to remember that their soldier gave the ultimate sacrifice. So I really appreciate you guys putting this together. Thank you for having me today. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams, for your kind words and for taking time to honor these individuals. So thank you for being here with us today. Go ahead.
And last but not least, we have live from Old Glory Memorial in Northeast El Paso, Mr. Carlos Rivera.
Oh, my good friend Carlos Rivera, go ahead.
Thank you, County Judge Samaniego, and all our commissioners. Carl, thank you for inviting us. And we have a couple of special guests. I'd like to introduce Tony Lewis, president of the El Paso Flags Across America, and Renny Bermudez, president of the El Paso Vietnam Veterans Memorial. We're standing right in front of that memorial. But once again, I want to thank you as we stand here and honor over 210 El Paso veterans that were killed in action or missing in action in Vietnam. So thank you for this opportunity. And I'd like to pass it to Tony Lewis, president of El Paso Flags.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, County Judge Samaniego and Commissioner's Court. I'm not really well at this virtual stuff, so you all can bear with me a little bit. But behind us, we just had a group of veterans that have driven and come in a lot of miles from California, Phoenix, and other areas. And I want to honor them for coming through first. They're all here. If you can see them in the background. They are going to D.C. for Run for the Wall, which has been done through all these years. But because of the COVID, they had not been able to, hopefully, until next year. So they've made you could say, a pit stop to change the tires, check everything out here at Old Glory, El Paso, Texas Flags Across America. It's an honor to have them here on this day that we are celebrating this weekend, Memorial Day, for everybody that gave the ultimate sacrifice. What you all stated and what you read out needs to be read out and explained to everybody more, especially in the school systems. While I have you all with the attention, it needs to be broadcasted more so that we do not forget why all these veterans and all the sacrifices that's been done. But here at Old Glory, this is what it represents. The unity, the freedom, the sacrifices of what we have done here. The first pole was put up in December 3, 2003. But as you look on, which a lot of you know, or maybe not even been up here, we are missing a pole. And we have been raising monies now because the pole became fragile and was taken down last February, March. We are here in the Northeast, but we represent the whole city, County Judge, Commissioner's Court. And I would like for you all to help us and spread that word. Mr. Carl Robertson, Honorable Carl Robertson of Northeast, has given and donated thousands of dollars through the years to help us here. Thank you so much, Carl, for everything you do here representing us in the Northeast area. County Commissioners, Judge, I would really like for you to go to our website, oldglorymemorial.org, and help us donate what you can and get people involved as we're reaching our goal quickly to put the pole up. The pole will go up in 9/11. But we need your continued support. Thank you so much. May everybody be blessed this Memorial Day. God bless you all. God bless America.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Amazing words, and thank you for that. And I'll make a few comments afterwards. Fernie.
First of all, my name is Fernie Bermudez. I am the president of the memorial here, Vietnam Memorial. Every year we honor all the veterans that are on our wall, and it's no exception for this year. Last year, unfortunately, we didn't have anything because of the pandemic. But then again, I want to thank County Commissioner and all the county judge. And, you know, we just can't get along without you guys and all you do for us, especially for the veterans of El Paso and of the whole county. We really understand what it's about. And first of all, I'd like to thank Tony for giving us permission to hold our Saturday event, which is going to take place this Saturday, the 29th at 10 o'clock, whereas we honor all the veterans that paid the ultimate sacrifice for our country. We are free because of them. And we'll be here at 10 o'clock, and I welcome everyone, not only veterans, but the public to be out here so you can get an idea of what Memorial Day is about. It's exceptionally nice to be out here on Memorial Day because we get a chance to honor all the veterans, all the soldiers and sailors and Marines that were killed in action. And that's what it's about. And I want to thank each and every one of you and hope to see you here Saturday at 10 o'clock at the Flags Across America. God bless you and God bless the United States of the United States.
Thank you, Fernie.
County
God bless
Judge
you.
Samaniego, again, I want to thank you guys. We are honoring and remembering all our veterans who made the ultimate sacrifice in all wars. But this year in particular, we need to also remember over 1,300 local veterans who passed away during the coronavirus pandemic. So with that, we invite you to our observance on Saturday here at the El Paso Veterans Memorial, El Paso Flags Across America. And for those that are able to, the Clint veterans are also having a march from San Lorenzo Catholic Church to Veterans Park in Clint, Texas. So everybody's invited for that one. That's on Memorial Day, Monday, May 31st, 10 o'clock in the morning. So put your hats on and come out and join us. Thank you, County Judge. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, all commissioners, for supporting our veterans.
Carlos, I just want to thank you. It's just been amazing from day one, as you know, that trying to get me engaged and understanding, and it's just been a tremendous journey. Your passion and compassion for what's taking place. I also want to thank our guests. I think that are out there and visiting El Paso. I think you'll realize that we're one of the closest community to veterans. I've been pushing very hard, and I'd love for you guys to be our ambassadors, that we feel that El Paso could be the veterans capital of the U.S. We just have some amazing veterans and individuals that are just amazing. You've seen them now. You've seen Fernie and Mr. Steins and just Mr. Lewis, and we thank you for that. I want to, when it was said that you received that knock on your door, I was 15 years old when that knock on the door came to me. My brother Chito Samaniego, captain, helicopter pilot, was missing on that day when I received the message, and a week later that he had been killed in Vietnam. I can tell you that the first time we started the bereavement process was on Memorial Day, when my mother was chosen as a Gold Star mother and our family was there. And before that, we just didn't feel the warmth and the love of anything. We just knew that we had lost a brother and a son and an uncle, and it was very difficult. But that day was the first. So Memorial Day might seem very insignificant to a lot of people, but it's not insignificant to the families, because then you let the families know that what happened was important and that it was a critical situation, and that they left their lives so that we could be free and so that we could move forward. And so Memorial Day to me it's an extremely important day. I don't see it as a federal holiday. I see it more as an opportunity, as an anniversary for us to continue the process of healing, and the process of, it's been, since 1965, and every day it's very rare that I don't think about my brother and the fact that he left 3 children behind. And so that's the type of situation that our community needs to gather around this memorial holiday and be close to the families of those that lost their loved ones. So I thank all of you. I know we're going to have great ambassadors that when you leave El Paso. Hope that you do feel comfortable and good about our community, and that we do give you that welcome that you might have not received when you came back from Vietnam. I hope that embracement is felt a lot stronger, and that it continues throughout your life. So thank you very much for visiting us and being part of this great situation. Back to you, Commissioner Robinson.
Yes, in closing, Judge, I wanted to tell to Tony and to Carlos, would you let all the brothers in arms out there with you today, tell them I say welcome home. For the fallen, in memory of all the fallen comrades, we gave some. The fallen comrades, they gave all. Happy Memorial Day to all of you. God bless you.
Once again, Commissioner Robinson, I know we all thank you so much for keeping this in the forefront. Anything veterans, anything military, you've let that awareness. So I thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for continuing to do that for us and reminding us how important veterans are in our community. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Judge. I will continue to do that until I'm not able to do it.
I know you will. Thank you. Caesar, back to you.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution declaring National Foster Care Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, and speaking of awareness, this is one more that I think most of you might not be aware, and this is a kind of a resolution that brings to the forefront some of the things that take place that sometimes are not visible to us, but extremely, extremely important. Whereas National Foster Care Day takes place on the first Tuesday of May, this day is dedicated to all the children in the United States as we kick off National Foster Care Month. And whereas there are over 400,000 children in foster care system at any given time, and a new child is placed into foster care every 2 minutes. Additionally, only 56% of youth in foster care graduate high school, while 1 in 5 foster children experience homelessness within 1 year of aging out of care. Whereas less than 3% of foster youth earn a college degree and 25% of foster youth are incarcerated within the first 2 years after leaving the foster care system. More than 70% of inmates incarcerated were at one point in the foster care system. And whereas El Paso Human Services, Inc. is a private, nonprofit, multi-purpose organization providing services in El Paso, Texas, and outlying counties since 1984. El Paso Human Service, Inc. aims to empower children, youth, and families in crisis through the provision of quality and individualized services through collaboration with Workforce Solutions Borderplex. And whereas the pride, preparation, and resource for independence through determination with excellence. Center is a resource center providing case management, educational assistance, life skills, employment, housing, counseling, mental and medical health referrals for youth in foster care and those aging out of foster care who are between the ages of 16 to 25. And whereas Workforce Solutions Borderplex is a publicly funded nonprofit organization that serves as an extension of the Texas Workforce Commission, functioning as the local workforce development board for the 6 counties of far west Texas. Workforce Solutions Board assists employers in finding quality employees and training individuals with the skills necessary to thrive in the workplace, and prioritizes foster youth by providing opportunities in employment and training. Whereas El Paso Human Services, the Pride Center, and Workforce Solution Borderplex are co-hosting the Nurturing Our Youth Mentorship Series for the month of May 2021 in honor of National Foster Care Month with the support of an anonymous donor from the El Paso del Norte Foundation. And whereas El Paso Human Services, Workforce Solutions Borderplex, and the County of El Paso are committed to supporting foster youth in our community through internships, mentorship, and empathy, as well as initiatives such as Project Future with the El Paso Women's Bar Association. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court, proclaim that May 24, 2021 shall be recognized as National Foster Care Day, signed this 24th day of May, 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
You're muted, Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, thank you. Well, we have Odette Flores Reese from Workforce Program Specialist at Workforce Borderplex Solutions. Can you go ahead?
Yes. Yes, thank you so much. I'd like to take this time to thank you, Judge, and the Commissioners Court for the opportunity for us to bring this forward and allowing us to bring awareness to the needs of our foster youth in the community. In partnership with the Pride Center, Workforce Solutions Borderplex is committed to providing foster youth with the resources necessary to be able to sustain gainful employment. And we will continue to work closely with them to provide them those mentoring sessions and anything else that we can provide them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Flores Reese. Go ahead. Now we have Santiago Gonzalez, a program coordinator at the Pride Center.
Good morning, and thank you, County Judge and Commissioners, for this recognition. We celebrate May Foster Youth Awareness each month each year to recognize the importance of reaching out and providing the resources and services to our former foster youth. Foster youth experience homelessness, are significantly more at risk of losing services during COVID pandemic. During the pandemic, we navigated in uncharted waters and we took the lead in providing services and outreaching to our former foster youth. The Pride Center has been helping our former foster youth for the past 12 years. The Pride Center is an initiative of El Paso Human Services, Inc., and through the Workforce Commission TANF program, we assist former foster youth between the ages of 16 to 25. I would like to thank the Workforce Solution Borderplex for their continued partnership and dedicated services. We have joined forces and established a great relationship by putting a roadmap together for the coming years. Again, thank you, County Judge and Commissioners, and God bless our beautiful city and all our veterans and those who serve right now. Thank you. Gracias.
Igualmente, and thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. This is quite a program that has been extremely successful. There's no secret about how I feel about Borderplex solutions. They're amazing at what they do and trying to get the people back into work. And this is a great partnership that you both have. I can tell you my start of my career as a juvenile probation officer, and that's when you get to see the difference of when they come from a foster situation and they don't have that opportunity, and sometimes they have to move from one place to the other. And so it's not the foster care that's the problem. It's just that it's very difficult to provide the kinds of services when they don't have the parental relationships that kids have. And so I got a tremendous appreciation for what happens and how difficult and challenging their lives are. So, and like anything else, there's two elements that make us get better and be part of society, and that's housing and that's a job. If you don't have a house, it's very difficult to continue. And if you don't have a job, it's really difficult to sustain anything that you're trying to accomplish. And so I thank you. It's close to my heart to see, because of mental health and how much that's related to the outcome of mental health and their challenges as well. So I thank you for this incredible partnership, and I hope that the county some way, somehow can also be a good partner for both of you to continue in these programs. So thank you very much. I appreciate both of you being on today and giving us the awareness. As I said, most people aren't aware of some of the things that happen behind the scenes. And so this is one more opportunity for the community to come together and help out with these programs. So both of you have a wonderful day, and I thank you once again. I have Commissioner Stout, please.
Thanks, Judge. I really appreciate you bringing this resolution forth, and I just want to say thanks to everybody who works in this system. I know very personally how important this is. My little sister is a foster parent, and she's, I've had 4 or 5 foster nephews and nieces over the years through my sister's work in this area, and it's takes a special person to be a foster parent, and it's not easy, because the system is not easy to work with sometimes. It's not easy for the children, of course, But I just think it's I just want to urge folks, if you can find it in your heart. I mean, it is such a blessing. It has been such a blessing in my family to have gone through this with my sister and to have been able to get to know and to love and to share with these children that so much need it. And it's hard because sometimes they leave, right? And man, it can be very difficult because you're not going to have them all, all of their youth. And so and I also want to thank Borderplex Workforce Solutions for and the Women's Bar Association for the program that they do in placing interns. I've actually had a couple of interns from that program within my office, and they have been amazing and done such a great job. So more kudos to everybody who's involved with this, and thank you so much for bringing light to this. It's such an important issue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the additional dimensions that we hadn't thought about, and that's the foster parents that do so much, and we want to recognize them as well. So thank you for your additional comments. So once again, thank you. Great resolution, and we're glad to be part of this. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Caesar.
This brings us to item number 6, public comment. At this time, we do not have anybody signed up for public comment. Mr. Mendez, is there anybody that may have popped up?
Good morning, this is Alexis with IT. We do not have anybody signed up to speak.
Thank
you, Alexis.
We'll take no action on item number 6. Item number 7, presentations. Item 7A, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the 87th Texas Legislative Session to include presenting information for the court's consideration, removing or including bills on the county state legislative agenda, and supporting or opposing filed legislation, and take any action necessary on aforementioned items.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Daniel Collins, Governmental Affairs Manager. Just want to check, can everyone hear me? I'm on my iPad because I'm having some issues with Teams on my laptop. Yes. Okay, great. So this update pulls from the Governmental Affairs update in your email inboxes this morning. Actually, before we go to the slides, Miguel, I just wanted to note that the full Texas House is scheduled to debate Senate Bill 10, with the anti-taxpayer funded lobbying bill that I've previously briefed the Commissioners Court on today. Our associations note that the bill is improved as passed out of House Committee, but we still would oppose it because it places limits on how our hired lobbyists can communicate to the legislature on our behalf, specifically prohibiting them from lobbying on legislation concerning property tax rates. We further are aware that there are going to be amendments on the floor to try and return the bill to a prior version, which would more categorically prevent us from hiring lobbyists or paying dues to associations that influence the legislature. I'm told that the bill's sponsor, that's Representative Chris Patty, who's the chair of the State Affairs Committee, Marshall Republican, wouldn't accept amendments, but of course things can change quickly. It can also almost certainly be assumed that if the bill passes in its current form out of the House, the Senate will likely move for a conference committee, which we suspect would again endeavor to return the bill to a prior, more restricted version. Our best outcome today is if the bill fails to pass, if it doesn't get enough votes to get out of the House. Our next best outcome is the bill passes as is, and the Senate moves for a conference committee, but the House refuses to appoint conferees, which would also kill the bill. I just wanted to give that quick update. I might be updating the court shortly after, assuming that they do get to the bill today on the calendar. It was placed on the House's major state calendar, which is usually at the top of the agenda. The House is meeting now on bills that rolled over from yesterday. The House went until a little past midnight last night, but I expect that it could probably be brought up. Sorry, I'm looking up because I have both the House and the Senate on another computer above my head. So I expect that the bill could come up at some time today, maybe soon. I can pause there if there are any questions just on that quick item.
Any questions? Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, then I think we can go to the slides now, please, Miguel. I'm going to give the court an update on the progress of our legislative agenda. As of today, 8 of our 20 legislative action items, or about 40% of our bills, have either been sent to the governor or are still in a position to finally pass. And we lost 4 bills since my last update. But before I go into that, this slide you'll see I just want to give you an update on where we are schedule-wise. As of Monday, there are 7 days remaining in the legislative session. Bills that haven't been approved by the originating chamber are dead unless attached to a bill as a floor amendment. All bills must have passed both chambers by Wednesday, by this coming Wednesday. Thereafter, conference committees will resolve differences in House versions, and usually the last day on sine die is a day for what they call technical cleanups on certain bills. So just quickly going through these dates of interest that you have on the screen in front of you. Last Friday was the first day that the Senate could consider bills and resolutions for the first time that they were placed on the Senate's notice of intent calendar. This calendar is essentially the Senate's agenda for each day. Prior to Friday, bills needed to be placed on its hands twice to be considered. So in theory, this makes the Senate go a little bit faster in the final days of session. Of course, unlike in the House, no bill can be passed out of the Senate, regardless of whether or not it's placed on intent, unless the Lieutenant Governor recognizes the senator on their bill. And the Senate takes bills out of order. In fact, voting to suspend the regular order of business, the suspension vote as they call it, is the first vote lawmakers must take before beginning debate on any Senate bill. Or rather, I guess in this case, it's any House bills that are in the Senate. Yesterday, May 23rd, was the last day that the House daily calendar had to be distributed. So the House daily calendar is compiled by the House Calendars Committee. And unlike in the Senate, the House does not take up, or does take up bills in the order that they're placed on the House calendar. It's why lawmakers may draw out debates. It's a term called chubbing. I don't know why it's called that. In order to run out the clock on certain bills that they may want to die on the calendar just for running out of time. Today is the last day the final House local and consent calendar can be distributed. And I believe the Senate is also setting their final local and consent calendar for this coming Wednesday today. And in fact, we're looking at that closely because we have a few bills, as you'll see, that are recommended for local and consent, and we hope we'll get on that last calendar. On Tuesday, tomorrow, that's the last day for the House to consider bills on second reading. So in both chambers, what that means is you need to read bills 3 times, quote unquote, read bills 3 times before final passage. In the Senate, they routinely do the second and third reading on the same day, but in the House, they need to be done on separate legislative days, except for bills that are on the local calendar. So this is effectively a deadline that says that any Senate bills that aren't read out of the House by midnight on Tuesday are effectively dead, unless, again, they're on local and consent. And then Wednesday, the next day, is the last chance for the House to consider local and consent bills on second and third reading, and the last day for the Senate to consider all bills on third reading. So again, Wednesday is a final deadline for all bills. Anything needs to have passed or failed by end of day Wednesday before the end of the session. Sunday is the last day for the House and Senate to adopt conference committee reports or to concur with other chambers' amendments to their bills. Again, when one chamber changes the text of a previous chamber's bills, they have 2 options. They can go to a conference committee to hash out those differences, or they can just concur with those changes. Either case, after that process happens, it goes to the governor. And then Monday is sine die, which I think here is Latin for everyone goes drinking. I'm just kidding. It's actually Latin for without another day, so it's the last day of session. And then finally, I'll just note that June 20th is a deadline for the governor to sign or veto bills or to let them pass into law without his signature. So that was a lot of deadlines, but you'll see there's kind of a lot of activity packed into these last few days. I can pause there if there are questions on that schedule.
Questions? If not, go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, so then the next, if we go into the next slide, please. I've divided, the next slides are divided into 3 categories. They are bills that are on their way to the governor, bills that are out of committee in the opposite chamber, but still need a full vote. In this case, for our agenda, it's all House bills that need a final vote in the Senate. And then finally, it's bills that didn't get a committee hearing in the other chamber. Again, in our case, we're talking about House bills in the Senate, and we think are now dead, unfortunately. Let me start with the dead bills. I'm excluding the bills that never got a hearing in either chamber, and the one bill regarding virtual meetings that never got out of the Senate. I discussed those bills in my last update and can revisit them if the court wants, but I figured I would just focus on the activity that we had in the last week or so. So again, these 4 bills in front of you are bills that didn't get a committee hearing in the Senate and we think are now dead, unfortunately. The first bill is 156 by Representative Ortega, sponsored by Blanco, that would have authorized the county to collect an additional $10 vehicle registration fee to fund transportation projects if approved by El Paso voters. We were previously informed that bills authorizing voter-approved fees were opposed by the Lieutenant Governor's office, and we were tracking another similar bill that has as a potential amendment vehicle. That was House Bill 1698 by Representative Rainey, sponsored by Schwartner, which, as passed by the House, was essentially omnibus legislation. And again, we thought that maybe that bill was also dead because of opposition by the Lieutenant Governor. As it turns out, we were kind of half right. The bill was, instead of omnibus legislation, it was narrowed so that it only authorized voter-approved fees for Brazos County, which is essentially how the bill was filed before it was expanded into omnibus legislation. Unfortunately, the bill sponsor declined our request to amend our bill onto 1698. And we were told that Schwartner, the Senate sponsor, had essentially worked out a deal to narrow his bill to get it out of the Senate, notwithstanding Lieutenant Governor opposition. Senator Schwartner, of course, has filed some other high-profile priority bills for the Senate this session. Going on to House Bill 167, also by Representative Ortega. This would have authorized prosecutors to seek temporary restraining orders in nuisance abatement cases. Again, didn't get a hearing in the Senate. I previously reported that because Republican lawmakers objected to the bill on the House floor, Representative Ortega had to take some amendments that we could live with on this bill, essentially just limiting which types of nuisances were subject to a TRO and mandating more notice for people who were subject to a TRO. However, I'm inclined to blame its rough trip out of the House for it not proceeding any further in the Senate. Next bill is 170 by Ortega, which is intended to stop illegal consumption of alcohol at after-hours bars by clarifying provisions of the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Code to make clear that any place in which members of the public have access, regardless of whether or not they're licensed by TABC, can't allow drinking of alcohol after hours, as prescribed in the Alcoholic Beverage Code. Staff did so. Again, this one did not get a hearing, or did not get a hearing in the Senate. We did identify another amendment vehicle for it, which was a omnibus human trafficking bill that was being sponsored by Senator Huffman. She seemed inclined to accept the amendment. However, there was concern that the language might unfairly open certain premises up to enforcement. And frankly, Senator Blanco didn't feel able to defend the bill on the Senate floor with that anticipated opposition. I know as of last night, Representative Ortega's office was looking at another Senate bill in the House, which might also be an amendment vehicle, but I'm not advised on whether or not they'll be successful. We continue to track as of this morning. House bill, but to be clear, as a standalone bill, unfortunately, 170 is dead unless we can find another amendment vehicle for it. And then finally, House Bill 2306 by Representative Fierro, which was we would have required the DMV to develop a real-time online database through which counties could provide information to any person owing the county money, and thereafter have the DMV deny vehicle registration until such fees or fines were paid. Again, this bill did not get a hearing in the Senate. Senator Blanco did have concerns that low-income people might have their vehicle registration denied for inability to pay. We did discuss these concerns with Senator Blanco at length, and our lobbyist and I also tried to approach other senators on transportation from both political parties to see if they had interest in sponsoring the bill, but were pretty much uniformly declined, with at least one of those members also citing concerns for low-income Texans. We did hear, in fairness, some of these same concerns in the House, but were able to overcome them with enough votes to get it out of the chamber. So we do think that maybe concerns of this nature might still be an impediment to the bill should we decide to refile it next session. Let me pause there just on. So again, these are the 4 bills I think we lost in the last week since my last update. Are there any questions on these?
No. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay. So next slide, please. Okay. So here are the bills that are out of committee in the opposite chamber. Again, in this case, we're talking about all House bills that are now out of committee in the Senate, and they need one final vote in the Senate before they can go to the governor's office, to the governor's desk. The first is our fractionalized lots bill, 1564, which would authorize the county to declare fractionalized lots abandoned and turn them over to a receiver to aggregate those lots and return them to the private market. That bill, again, I think that this commission reports know this has been an intractable problem that's really decades in the making, and it's exciting that we've made so much progress on this bill. It actually got out of the Senate local government unanimously, and it was recommended for the local uncontested calendar. So we are hopeful that it will just continue to pass on local and head straight to the governor's desk. This would, just stepping away from my script for a moment, I mean, if this was the only bill that we passed this session, this would be a major milestone for the county, because I think in the Horizon area, these lots have been undevelopable for decades because they don't meet platting requirements. And this is finally a mechanism through which we can do something and return these to the private market for development. Next bill is House Bill 2272 by Representative Ordaz Perez and sponsored by Blanco. Again, this is an El Paso bracketed bill, which would allow the court to delegate certain authority to the county chief administrator. This also passed out of Senate local government unanimously and was recommended for local. The next bill is HB 2656 by Moody, sponsored by Blanco, which would require that master level court interpreter certification exams be offered at least once a year in each county with a population over 800,000, which would include in El Paso, or online. So this bill was also passed unanimously out of Senate committee. In this case, it was Senate jurisprudence, and was also recommended for local. However, I do have to do a big caution on this bill. During the hearing, Chair Huffman called on the Office of Court Administration, which stated that to implement the bill, they need to increase application fees to cover their estimated roughly $250,000 in annual increased costs to implement the bill. They essentially said that they needed 3 more FTEs and related equipment in order to have a presence in each of these counties to administer these exams. Despite the bill passing out of her committee, Chair Huffman told county staff that they want to continue to work with OCA to see if anything can be done to bring those costs down. Mind you, we did engage with OCA early on to ask for amendments and did not really receive any substantive feedback on how the bill could be improved to reduce costs. Given that history, Senator Blanco's office tells us that if OCA does reach out to him or to Senator Huffman with a solution, he will consider it then. But for the moment, the plan is to continue to proceed with this bill, hopefully passing on local or at least passing off of the Senate floor. But I did, again, want to give that big caution because it is entirely possible that, the other shoe might drop. Costs might be a concern for other members or even the lieutenant governor, who could decline to recognize Senator Blanco on this bill, in which case, we wouldn't be able to get it out of the Senate. So I just want to give that warning. Right now, we're actually, on paper, we're poised to get this bill to the governor's desk, but this one, I do have a special eye on. And then finally on this list is House Bill 295 by Representative Murr, sponsored by Senator Zaffarini, which, among other provisions, would exempt public defender's office's costs from the SB2 revenue cap that was put into place last session. This was also passed unanimously out of Senate jurisprudence and was recommended for local, and we hope that it will continue to pass on local. Again, these are bills that were out of Senate committee and need one final vote in the Senate. I can pause here to see if there are any questions on these bills.
Go ahead, Daniel.
And these last ones I'm going to zip through because they are essentially on their way to the governor. House Bill 39 removes barriers for victims of sexual assaults, abuse, stalking, or family violence in seeking a protective order. This was passed unanimously by the Senate on April 19th. House Bill 180 by Representative Gonzalez, sponsored by Blanco, would allow additional counties, including El Paso, to allow for the voluntary transfer of vacation leave to our sick leave pool. This also passed unanimously out of the Senate on its local calendar on May 19th. House Bill 840 by Moody, sponsored by Blanco, which would modernize our salary grievance committee by essentially allowing us to promulgate a randomized list of people who would serve on such committees, so the judge isn't pulling names out of a hat like he's done in years past. That bill also passed unanimously out of the Senate on May 19th. And then finally, the bill I already briefed you on, Senate Bill 230, which would allow commissioners' courts to complete their required education hours via online offerings. That one is technically on the governor's desk, officially on the governor's desk. The last action on that in the legislature was that it was on May 13th. So now we're just waiting that and hoping that the governor signs it. And I think that's my last slide. So I'll just say again, about 40% of our bills have either been sent to the governor or, with that big caveat on our court interpreter bill, are in a good position to finally pass, I would say. Relatively speaking, that isn't too bad, especially considering this has been a challenging session. And I think I previously briefed the court that last session, only about 20% of bills, if we compare all files to ones that ultimately ended up on the governor's desk, made it through this process that's designed to kill bills. So all in all, not too bad of a showing for our legislative agenda. I'm happy to pause here for any questions on this or other topics.
No, Daniel, thanks. It's been an amazing relationship you've had with us and continuing to support anything county driven, and but it's been excellent. I've gotten more of an education I've ever had before, and as far as legislation, keeping us abreast of all these items and all the comments we get about your hard work. And I know you're at the tail end now, but I do thank you. It's been quite a journey and information wise. So I think I heard someone, was it Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, Judge. Daniel, thank you for all you do, that you've done and will continue to do. There was one bill that I understand that passed the House and then passed the Senate on its way to the governor's office for signature in regards to homeless population. I understand that, excuse me for not writing down the bill number. The House bill that passed the House in regards to the homeless population, whereby they will be assessed a $500 fine, basically for being homeless if they were out camping out on the streets or in the alleys of that nature. So could you talk about that bill?
Thank you,
yes,
Commissioner.
I'm not very in the weeds on this bill. I should just say at the outset, but the bill you're referring to is House Bill 1925 by Capriglione and sponsored by Buckingham. And you accurately stated it did pass out of both chambers. There were some Senate amendments, so right now it would either go to a conference committee if there were differences between the two sponsors of that bill, or the House could concur and it can go straight to the governor's desk. You did fairly accurately describe the major elements of the bill. It is a statewide ban on public camping, is what it says. There are some caveats in the bill, but you're also right on the enforcement mechanism. For individuals, they could have a Class C. Before I say something wrong, that's right. Yes, a Class C misdemeanor punishable by a $500 fine. One of the amendments that happened in the Senate was to strike the possibility of arrest. The arrest, or I'm sorry, it's hard to say arrest. The officer is also supposed to formally direct people to available services upon either issuing a warning or issuing a citation under this bill. And the bill does also, it preempts local ordinances that would allow for public camping, although it does grandfather in existing ordinances that would prohibit public camping so long as they are at least as strict as the state's ban. And then it finally allows for local governments to, we're principally talking about cities, but it allows for local governments to essentially petition the states to have designated areas for public camping where they could accommodate folks who are experiencing homelessness, provided that they submit a plan to the state that is approved. And that plan needs to, and I don't have them all in front of me, but essentially allow for folks to access services or information on services and have law enforcement available to wherever place is designated as a public location for camping. There is also a proposed penalty for local governments that I guess essentially flout that law by, I think in the language of the bill, it's like discouraging bans on public camping. The enforcement would require AG intervention, and the penalty would be a loss of state grants. And yes, I think that that's more or less the high level points on that bill. Again, has passed both chambers, is poised to, I think, go to the governor's desk.
Well, it's really ridiculous, the fact that, they pass these laws and then they don't give us resources, to help us. So by passing these laws, make it more difficult for us to get a handle on our homeless population. I understand, that no one wants individuals camping out in their next to their house or their backyard or whatever. But by the same token, we need resources to help accommodate those situations where people are homeless. And they're homeless for many different reasons. And not because I just want to be homeless. We have mental health issues. We have a multitude of other issues that the individuals are subjected to that cause them to be homeless. So when you say, well, it's a $500 fine, well, the reason why I'm homeless, I don't have $500, so then what's the next step? Possibly incarcerate them. So then what have we solved? They still have an issue. They're still homeless. We need help as opposed to putting roadblocks in our way.
I think
Absolutely.
your comments, Commissioner, echo some of the debate that at least happened in the Senate. Just as context for this bill, it's like, unfortunately, a lot of bills that were passed through the legislature that attack local governments arose out of an issue in Austin, Travis County, where the city council in Austin repealed their own public camping ban. And it was a matter of some controversy, and now this bill resulted. But yes, I would say that the Sarah Eckhart, who represents large parts of Travis County and most of Austin, made comments against the bill that I think echoed a lot of what Commissioner Robinson just said.
Well, it's unfortunate, but that's been the primary approach, is to attack the symptoms and not the root cause. And that's a constant challenge for homelessness. That let's get them somewhere else, let's do this, but the root cause is really what the Commissioner Robinson has been saying all along is, how do we provide the services, and from mental health to employment to housing to, but when you start attacking them, that'll set us back so much further, because if they do get incarcerated, they've got one more issue to deal with. It's a little harder to get a job if that happens. If they, if they can't stay anywhere. I mean, I know they're gonna abuse that bill, and it's gonna be at the brunt of the homeless. So it is it's almost, I don't know, just so counterintuitive. It just does not make sense. But thank you for informing us on that. Daniel, any other thing that you want to present today?
That was all I was prepared to present. You, of course, have a much larger update in your email inboxes. And if there are no other questions, I can conclude.
Well, we thank you for that update. It's very informative. So once again, have a great week as you're going into that tail end of the session. I know it's going to get a little intense before, so hope you get to rest a little bit during the Memorial holiday. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you. Go ahead, Caesar.
We'll take no action on item 7A. This brings us to item number 8, board appointments. Approve the appointment of County Commissioner Liliana Holguin's nominee, Marcela Van Hoove, to the El Paso County Risk Pool Board to a 2-year term ending May 17th, 2023.
Commissioner Holguin, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. It is my pleasure today to nominate Marcela Van Hoove to serve on the county's Risk Pool Board. Marcela is a native of El Paso who attended Eastwood High School. I believe that she will be a tremendous asset to the Risk Pool Board, as Marcela has more than 20 years of experience in the healthcare industry, working at the hospitals of Providence, where she served in positions such as Director of Managed Care, where she negotiated contracts directly with various health plan vendors, and also served as Director of Payer and Provider Relations. In addition to her many years of experience in the healthcare industry, Marcella is also very involved in our community. I first met Marcella about 5 or 6 years ago when I was asked to join the board of directors of the Sleda Education Foundation, whose singular goal and mission is to raise scholarship money for graduating seniors from YISD so that these students have the financial support and assistance that they need to attend college. In my many years on the board of YEF, Marcella was relentless when it came to raising funds for YISD students. And I know that she will be just as relentless when it comes to ensuring that the county can provide the best benefits possible at the best cost possible for our county employees. For these reasons, I request that the court approve my nomination of Marcella Van Hoove to the county's risk pool board today. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Marcella, welcome.
You're muted, Marcella. You're muted.
Hello, Marcella. You're muted right now.
You're muted, yes.
You're muted right now,
If you
Marcella. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you press the microphone icon, please?
How's that?
There we go. Now we can hear you.
Thank you.
There you
Okay,
go.
great.
You just did what we all do every time, so don't worry about it. You're in good company. Thank you, Marcella.
I learned. So yes,
Thank you.
as Ileana, the Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you for trusting in me to provide the best to the risk pool board. As she mentioned, I have worked for the hospitals of Providence for 20 years, and in those 20 years, I served as director of managed care for about 5 of those 20 years. So I'm really looking forward to working with the risk pool board, providing them some knowledge that I have, as well as learning from them. It's hard to understand the whole managed care concept, so I'm sure we'll do very well. I just, again, wanted to thank you and look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you and welcome, and what a great asset to the risk pool board. That'll be you'll be incredibly valuable as we move into a lot of challenges that we're having in that particular board. So we thank you for experience and your passion to be part of it. Thank you, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Marcella. Thank you so much, and we look forward to all of the tremendous knowledge and experience that you'll be bringing to this board. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, have a wonderful day, Marcella. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This brings us to item number 9 from County Administration. Receive a report and discuss and take appropriate action regarding the CARES Act grant and the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021 and the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Thank you. Wally, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from Budget and Fiscal Policy. We continue to work with your departments on eligible expenses under the Coronavirus Relief Funding, or CARES Act. Expenses and purchase orders to date currently total $22.6 million, while commitments total $2.9 million, bringing your overall remaining funding to just over $2.1 million. Of this current remaining balance, just over $1.2 million is cover ongoing PPE and operating costs, as well as your constable project. The remaining available funds are in the reserve account for the court's further consideration, in total $862,000. We have received our first tranche of ARPA funding, or American Rescue Plan Act funding, in the amount of $81.5 million last week. That is now in the bank. And we're working with county administration to establish that in the budget. Our budget, grants, and legal team, as well as other team members, are reviewing the guidance on the allowable usage of those ARPA funds, along with your project priorities. And these are planned to be discussed with you at your special June 3rd meeting. Judge, Commissioners, the last portion of today's update is to inform you and seek your consent to proceed working with the Auditor's Office to set up our internal general fund and grant accounts for upcoming billings that will be remitted to FEMA for eligible ARPA, CESF, and CARES Act expense activity that we believe is allowable. This would allow for eligible work and cost to be billed to another funding source for items such as community vaccination efforts, our public service announcements, third-party agreements through sub-recipient agreements with UMC and ESD, and the continued safe opening and operating costs for PPE, cleaning and disinfecting, and other items of that nature. As such, in the very near future, we'll have additional amendments to our budget to cover those future billings. Thank you, and that concludes today's update, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Wally. Any questions, comments? Thank you.
No action on item number 9.
And you're okay with us just proceeding? It's just consent. I don't need a motion and an approval, but we're supposed to proceed to set up those internal accounts for those external buildings for ARPA and other funding. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Wally. Yeah, you have consensus. Thank you.
Have a great day, everyone.
Looks like I got it. I just go to Word. Yeah, okay.
Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, Betsy Keller, County Administrator. We have Dr. Hector Ocaranza on the line to help us get started on this item. Dr. Ocaranza, do you want to provide your latest update for the court?
Yes, definitely. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to provide a brief update on the COVID-19 situation in our community. Currently, with great pleasure, we can report that we're in stage 3 of the dashboard in our scorecard, which we have seen an improvement on all the 3 main indicators of the pandemic. If we analyze the numbers over the past 3 months, we can see that our positivity rate has dropped about 70%. It went from 6.74% to 2.02%, and even today it's even lower. The new cases per capita, the 7-day average observed a difference of over 50%, which went from 16.3 cases per 100,000 to 7.4 cases per 100,000, and even today they're lower. Our hospitalizations also has had a drastic change, and it has dropped about close to 75%, going from 359 people in the hospital due to COVID-19 to 91, and even lower. Our trauma service area I percentage of hospitalization is 4.3%, and we continue to see a decline. So I want to highlight the importance of these numbers is not just out of luck. It is because of the hard work of our community, hard work and tough decisions that City Council, that Commissioners Court, between Mayor and the County Judge have done, taking the approach to protect the health and well-being of our community, not just our community, but also that affects our whole region. Also the participation of the whole community in wearing their mask, in going and getting their vaccine. Those are the 2 main things that have influenced these numbers and have done a positive change, and will continue to take us where we need to be. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but this is not the time yet to relax our preventive measures. That's why we continue to recommend people wearing the mask when they're out with a large group of people. If people are with their loved ones and they know that everybody's vaccinated, they can be without the mask, but we still recommend that when people are out in the public, they can continue wearing the mask because it's very simple to wear, inexpensive. It is a way that is proven to protect people, especially those that don't know that they're sick, they're asymptomatic, but they still can spread the virus. We can continue doing this until we can reach the herd immunity, which is about the 75% of our population, and we will achieve it pretty soon with the help of all our community. So we have that hope that soon we continue to be lifting many more restrictions, but we need to continue practicing prevention, and that is very, very, very important. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Carranza, and the great partnership that we've had with you and emergency management. And we're at a good place. And like you said, we really need to keep moving in the same direction. You know, what got us here, we need to continue until other factors come into play. And then I'll address some of those in my presentation. But once again, thank you, Dr. Carranza.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
It's an honor to be working along with you and with Commissioner's Court.
Thank you. Betsy?
Okay, if there's no other questions for Dr. Ocaranza, we also have Chief Rodriguez.
I don't see him on the line, Betsy.
I don't either, so we will go to Ruben Vogt from UMC.
Thank you. Ruben, welcome.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Just a very quick update on our vaccines. We have continued to request vaccines through DSHS for first and second doses. We should be receiving an additional shipment early this week, either today or tomorrow, of first and second doses. Our hub site still continues to see a steady flow of individuals. For all of last week, Saturday through Friday, we saw an average of about 500 individuals a day. That includes walk-ups and appointments. So that's a pretty healthy flow of individuals. And that may sound like a broken record each week, but we want to remind those listening and watching that UMC's Coliseum hub site is vaccinating those 12 and older and using and administering the Pfizer vaccine. We are taking appointments via our online portal at umcelpaso.org or over the phone at 915-975-8901. And the Coliseum hub site is also accepting walk-ups from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Saturday. In terms of our mobile unit, it continues to make its visits. This week it'll be in Anthony, Central El Paso at the Lydia Patterson Institute and Horizon. Specifically for Commissioner Holguin, we had scheduled to be in Agua Dulce tomorrow, but unfortunately our contact had to postpone that visit, so we're working to get that rescheduled for that site. Just wanted to make sure that we followed up with you on that. Our mobile unit has started to accept walk-ups, and I figured that would be something the court would be very happy to hear. And we've been starting to do that throughout the entire month of May. And so we will continue to do that as individuals come up to the unit, and we still have vaccine available for the day we can vaccinate them. In terms of our jail, we are continuing to offer vaccines to inmates at both the downtown and annex facilities. To date, we have administered just over 600 vaccines to individuals who are willing to have the J&J administered. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the court may have.
Thank you, Ruben. What a great partnership, being able to address certain situations, especially like the inmates. And then, of course, UMC always stepping forward, also looking at some alternatives from, reaching our communities and trying to do things without appointments. And I think you've responded in every way that we've asked. So great partnership with UMC. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, may I ask a question of Ruben
Sure,
before he goes?
Go ahead, Commissioner Holguin.
Hi, Ruben. Good morning. So we've been reaching out to a lot of the high schools in my precinct, and it looks like they will all be having graduation ceremonies in the next couple of weeks. Has UMC looked at maybe taking the mobile units out to the high school graduations? I mean, I think that would be a great way to maybe potentially reach some of the students who are eligible for the vaccine but haven't received it yet, as well as their parents.
No, and thank you for that. One of the things we've been pushing really hard is that remember that when you get the vaccine, it takes approximately 10 or 12 days to really interact and where you're protected. So we're trying our best that we don't give the impression that you could have the vaccine and you're ready the next day to go to the graduation and all that. So we're really pushing hard to do something at an early stage The diocese is really helping because they're going to be doing them at the mass now that they're at 100%. And so I think we might be able to capture. They still don't have the youth groups and all the things that they would normally have, but we're really pushing really hard that you do it now. And like I said, and I get the impression you could do it the day before because it really wouldn't be that wouldn't give you the protection that is required, and do it a couple of days, at least a week or 2 weeks prior to the event. So we ask with all our heart, do it now and be ready for all these gatherings and graduation. You'll be much more protected, and we won't have a surge there at that age group, which we're seeing in other parts of the country, that they're getting hit harder with a younger population. So thank you, Commissioner Olguin, to push that.
Unfortunately, I'm hoping a lot of the young adults who are going to be graduating and going to their ceremonies starting next week already have taken the opportunity to be vaccinated, but many of them probably haven't and won't be able to prior to their graduation event. But at least at the events, hopefully maybe the mobile unit can go and try to register some of them and then come back in the following weeks to get them vaccinated.
When we encourage, we've sort of talked to individuals as to the why, and they're always saying, well, then they're afraid it's going to affect their weekend because, then they're going to have the symptoms. And we haven't seen that. We've known that they'd have these symptoms that would keep them away from any activities. But we have talked to some young adults at these sites, and that's what they tell us, that they were concerned that it would interfere with their activities because of the reactions to the shot, and so that up to the vaccine. So we encourage you. That's not happening. It's better to be protected, and maybe if you have a small reaction to it, than getting COVID later on during the summer. That'll really interfere with your initiative. So thank you.
And Judge, if I may add to the question, and to your point, Judge, as well. Getting the vaccine ahead of the graduation ceremonies is definitely important. And so we have been in communication with the Office of Emergency Management and ESD number 2. We have weekly touch-base meetings to think through who we might be able to target. And in those discussions, we have reached out, all of us, to the various high schools to ask what their plan is and how they're vaccinating some of their youth and their students. Many of the schools have started to vaccinate in-house and using their nurses or other teams, or worked with either one of us to be able to vaccinate them. So there has been a full-on press to try to get them vaccinated ahead of these events. I will, however, go ahead and notify our administrator for the mobile vaccine unit, Tanya, and look at whether or not that might be an option for us, if they'd like to have us, for us to be at those events, Commissioner. So I appreciate the suggestion.
That's excellent. Thank you, Ruben. Go ahead.
Judge, I had a question.
Yes, Commissioner Leon, thank you.
Ruben, as we search for locations where we might set up at, I noticed that over on the west side at the farmers market, I was out there a couple of times, and I've noticed that hundreds of people attend these. Have we made any attempt maybe in taking the mobile unit? And I know we're trying to stretch the mobile unit here, there, everywhere, but it would be an ideal type of situation where we can influence a lot of people as they walk through there.
Another great suggestion, Commissioner. I don't want to speak for the city, but I know that they had some pop-up events at the farmers markets. But I know that we can probably also, in coordination with them, see how we can ensure that we cover those areas and maximize our reach. So we'll make sure to bring that up, Commissioner.
Okay, then this been creative, like where are people gathering? Because like I said, there's not that much hesitation to the actual vaccine. For some reason, it's been more a matter of convenience, or people that are, they're not totally sure, but once they go and it's available, they tend to go there. So yeah, we're looking at every possible, anywhere people gather. Like I said, the churches have been, I think we're going to do a lot there, both the Catholic Church and the diocese and other churches have been interacting and trying to reach to their communities. I think that's another really, people know their communities and they get trusted. That's one of the things that they're saying, is that anybody that has a trusting voice in our community, can please help us spread the word and let people know that it's going to be very valuable that we do this as we move forward. So we're trying every possibility, and these ideas are really important to us. We have the vaccines, and that really helps. So we have the volume, so that's a huge benefit of where we didn't have the volumes before.
Judge?
Yeah, Commissioner Stout, please.
Thanks. I just wanted to second Commissioner Holguin's idea that I think it's a great idea to look at some of the graduation ceremonies as sites, and maybe I know that UMC only has one mobile unit, right? But the city, hopefully, you all are can take that advice and possibly look at those as well, especially for precinct 2, which is all within the city limits. So I'm sure that there are folks that we could get vaccinated at those sites, and just want to continue to push for being as data driven as possible, right? When we're looking at where we're concentrating our resources. Thank you.
Dr. Ocaranza raised his hand.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Ocaranza.
Thank you, Judge. And great ideas the commissioners are bringing. And actually, one very important thing that you, Judge, have mentioned, a lot of the people might be a little hesitant because of the side effects. We need to continue to push through social media that the benefits of getting the vaccine farly outweigh many of those reactions to the vaccine. And many people don't have even a reaction to the vaccine, but it's a way to be also enjoying the graduation parties, being responsible, protect ourselves, and working as a team as how we've been doing it is going to bring success. So all those ideas that Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Holguin, Commissioner Stout, and everybody, and you, Judge, those are great, and definitely people continue listening and come to get the vaccine.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ocaranza. Go ahead, Betsy.
We now have Chief Rodriguez on the line.
Oh, excellent, Chief. Welcome.
Hello, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Again, thank you for having us. Just to cover a few points, as we all collectively continue to work towards that herd immunity at 75%, let me give you a few numbers on where we're at as a county. So over the age of 12, with at least one dose, we are at 66.37. Those that are fully vaccinated at that age range, 12 years and older, we're at 52.11. For our 65-year-olds or seniors, those with at least one dose are at 91.24. And those that are fully vaccinated are at 80.41. So we continue to do extremely well. We've had one of the most successful rollouts of the vaccine, not just in Texas, but also throughout the nation. So I think we continue working collectively as a group to ensure we get to that herd immunity. We are still seeing some success over the last 2 weeks, even though we have seen a decrease in demand. I think the numbers are still fairly well considering. Last week, we did 23,117. Those numbers aren't completely finalized yet, since we're waiting to close out some of those numbers for El Paso County for yesterday. So I anticipate that those numbers will increase slightly, and hopefully we'll finish around 25,000 vaccines for El Paso County for last week. For context, the week prior, we were at 37,496. So again, even though the demand has waned a little bit, we still are getting tens of thousands of people getting their vaccines every week. So success there. We continue to provide vaccines for our adolescents between the age of 12 and 15, using the Pfizer vaccine at the convention center, and of course that needs parental consent. We also provide at the other clinics. Right now, the appointments can be made available online for the surrounding clinics we have throughout town. Our convention center continues to provide extended hours, operating from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And they continue to provide also not just for the adolescent groups, but also first dose, second dose for all others. Anyone that is in need of their second dose that has not been able to get it for whatever reason, they're welcome to the convention center, and they can register or they can walk up to get their second dose. After a successful week, the Texas Division of Emergency Management and TDM continue their pop-up sites at the Tucson Metro transfer stations. They remain there Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. through 1 p.m. This is at the downtown Santa Fe Center, the Burt Williams downtown Santa Fe Center, and the Eastside Transit Center on Sunmount in the Sola Vista area. So they've had some success. They're offering Pfizer and J&J vaccine as well. And we continue our pop-up locations to ensure anyone wanting vaccine has access to one. We are also happy to announce that we've been working closely with the United Memorial Medical Center. They are a partners that we made from the city of Houston that came into our community during the surge and provided us additional testing support. We worked with them last week to transition them over to an additional vaccine drive-through site. They're currently located at the El Paso Sports Park at 1780 North Zaragoza, and as of this last Saturday, they transitioned completely to a vaccine drive-through. This will provide us an additional vaccine site in the densely populated Far East Side, El Paso, and that's where we continue to see, just because of the sheer population and the younger age groups within those two very large zip codes. So it'll provide additional coverage there. They'll be able to provide vaccines for individuals 12 and up, and like I mentioned, they started this last Saturday. Starting today, they're going to be providing flexible hours throughout the week. Monday through Wednesday, they'll be operating from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Thursdays and Fridays from 12 to 6 p.m. And Saturdays, they'll be operating from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Appointments are welcome through www.ummcscreening.com /El Paso, and they also welcome walk-ins. So we're very happy to be able to transition them over just to provide additional coverage in Far East El Paso. We also continue to coordinate our pop-up events with the Texas Division of Emergency Management, Department of State Health Services, ESD2, UMC, and City of El Paso. Again, thinking creatively and kind of sharing those best practices between each other on what type of pop-up events have been successful and which ones and other areas that we can cover as a group. We've also been, as previously discussed, we've been working with the Rio Grande Council of Governments to meet with all the independent school districts. We've met with all of the independent school districts. They've all been connected with resources. They have partnerships, and also as a city and UMC and through our other partners, we've been able to maintain that flow of resources. Some of them, as mentioned, already have the capability in-house, but those that have any gaps, we've been happy to fill those. We also met with the private schools. We met with the Catholic Diocese last week, and we already have several pop-up events scheduled for their schools as well. We'll be doing additional outreach to the charter schools to see what their needs are, and also to schedule pop-up events as needed. Our pop-up event calendar is still posted on covidvaccine.com website, and feel free to share that for additional pop-up events within the city. And with that, I turn it back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chief Rodriguez before we transition to Commissioners Court updates? Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, would you like to get us started with Commissioners Court updates?
Sure. I do want to thank you both for being here every Monday. We appreciate that. So I'll start mine in light of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's Executive Order number 36. The county stay and safe went into effect last Friday night at 11:59, as you all know. You know, wearing the mask is the simplest way to keep those around you safe until we reach herd immunity. As we prepare for the full reopening of El Paso's land ports of entry, call upon each El Pasoan to seize that opportunity to save lives, avoid setbacks, and model an unwavering commitment to the welfare of the most vulnerable within our borderland by wearing face coverings and maintaining social distancing. If you really think about once the borders open, I think that's when we really begin the process because it's such a, relationship is so symbiotic, as I've been saying, that our herd immunity right now is that, we're trying to reach that point where we feel comfortable. The only issue is that once we open the borders, if you take that average, then our percentage, which is now at 50%, for the population of 12 years of age, that have been vaccinated, we have a community that's right next to us that is only, the estimate is probably at 10%, and it's a population of 1.5 million. And so as you could see, once we begin to interact with each other, we have a totally different situation. So I've been encouraging sort of a plea with the community, wear your masks, and that would allow people coming in from other parts, either from Juarez or Chihuahua or any place else, that they would respect something that we're trying to accomplish, and that is that we never get back to the situation that we were once in. And so I think it's one way to symbolically show that we are protecting, the people that are here in El Paso, protecting them as well, protecting ourselves. And so I still feel that sort of situation that's been ignored, that it's if we're, they want to deal with us as if we're another, any one of the other large cities in Texas, which, we're geographically insulated. They're insulated from us. We still remain where we have a lot of interaction that will be, coming this particular way. So once again, I do, ask and we've been amazing. It has been amazing how El Paso has responded by wearing their masks. I still see a lot of individuals that are wearing their masks, especially employees. I've seen that they've continued to do that. And as you know, our situation has changed, a little bit. The El Paso County will no longer be requiring masks to enter county buildings. However, members of the judiciary may require masks in the courtrooms during in-person hearings. I want to thank the Council of Judges and, of course, Judge Chu and Judge Morales for working alongside. It has just been an incredible relationship of helping each other be successful. So you do have people that will be coming in to the courthouse without wearing a mask, and obviously they can do so. But once they enter the courtroom, then it becomes depending on each one of the judges. And so that, we still continue you will need to pass a health screening as they enter the building, and we'll need to have social distance as much as possible. We're also, very encouraged to, as we conduct businesses that, we've learned a lot through websites and telephone, emails, and so forth, that we conduct business quite well. And so the less individuals are in the courthouse, the better we are. It's a place that sometimes, because of the elevators and the way people can congregate, it's really, much better for us at this time that we slow down that process. And the only way we could do that is to continue to use all our, all the alternative methods to conduct business. And I have talked to Betsy, and I have worked hard on saying, what are the things that people have enjoyed doing online and so forth. And we know that there's going to be less pollution, less travel, and obviously less, individuals that congregate here at our courthouse. So we encourage the use of some of the services that have been very successful. We also, spoke to legal this morning about there could be an abrupt change on us going back to, Commissioner's Court. Would be instead of virtual, it could go live. We're trying to look for alternatives of maybe a combination of both virtual and being physically, available for the Commissioner's Court. There's nothing that says that might happen, but if you look traditionally, some of the changes come pretty abruptly. Typically on a Tuesday, saying, within the next week, he'll lift some of the orders as he's done as the governor has done, continuously throughout. And so it's something we're preparing for. We're not trying to get anybody concerned. We also know that it's not an easy task because, we have a lot of our employees still have children at home. They still have some of the children facilities are not totally available yet. And so obviously we're going to work as much as we can to make sure that we could do this sort of combination of having both physical and the opportunity for employees to be, virtually participating. So, big step when that happens, but we'll try to be notify you as soon as we can as to what needs to happen in the next few weeks once that order is lifted. I know it's not a matter of if, but when. And it seems that our prediction is that it might be coming pretty quickly now that the governor said that, we're at 100% back to normal. So once again, working hard, trying to do the best we can, the uniqueness of our community. Always, we need to take that in consideration. And I know we hear a lot about what's going on throughout the country, but we have a different situation. So that respect that the community has given us is very much appreciated as we go forward. So thank you very much for the opportunity to express and continue to plea with the idea of wearing a mask, social distance, and doing everything that you can, especially in the area of hygiene. Thank you. Betsy?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Leon?
Yes, you might remember that my office is continuing, just like you all, to find locations where we may be able to organize evening vaccinations. We're still trying, and I know for a fact that we've been able to work with Monsignor over at St. Mark's, and they will be having vaccinations June 1st and June 2nd, which is a Tuesday and Wednesday, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Now, I was at an event and I mentioned something like this to someone, and his response was, well, I'm not a Catholic. Well, it doesn't matter. Everybody's welcomed, and some of those things we don't think of, but the public does. And it's very important for everyone to realize that everyone is welcome. We're still trying for evening hours. The hours, again, are from 9 a.m., 2 p.m. on June 1st and June 2nd. I also want to talk about the CIT that the Sheriff's Department has, and somebody from the Sheriff's Department is going to be here to talk about it right now. I think it's Commander Urrutia. But I've got to say that it's been so successful. He's going to talk about 5 incidents that they responded to. And keep in mind that these could have gone tragically south at any moment. And they are accomplishing what they formed the teams to do. And that's to assist and help those in need instead of then winding up in jail or, like I mentioned earlier, some sort of tragedy. But I don't know if is Commander Urrutia on the line?
He's not online yet, Commissioner. I do know that they were reporting last week. The same information you're sharing. If you give us just one moment, we'll get him online.
We're not getting out of scope on the COVID, right? We're okay.
I do believe the connection, sir, is I think all over the place we're seeing a very a response from COVID and the pressures that people have been under COVID, where the demand is even greater than normal for these types of services.
Excellent. Good connection. Thank you.
Very good.
It was a COVID item, so but thank you for connecting it in that sense. Thank you.
Betsy, I tried calling Commander Urrutia, but I don't believe he's been online.
I'll send him a message separately. If we can go to the next member of the court for their update, Commissioner Stout, I can bring Commander Urrutia in if that's okay.
Yeah, I don't have much to update. We had the COVID community partners meeting on Friday. A lot of the discussion swirled around, trying to get more vaccines to folks that are in Juarez. And as the judge said, I think they said about 120,000 people have been vaccinated over there. And so it's probably less than 10%. But we need to continue to advocate for being able to get that sector of our community vaccinated. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Robinson?
Yes. Thank you. In an effort to improve our homeless population as far as the number of vaccinations within that community, last week, the week before last, there were a lot of people that were in coordination with our constables and our ESG number 2. They vaccinated 40 to 60 people that were out there in the community, primarily homeless individuals. In the effort to improve on that, I'm putting together a couple of ideas and a couple of dates whereby we will use a behavior modification model, whereby we will provide them something and they will give us something. One, they will give us their arm to where we can give the vaccinations, and we're going to provide them a hot meal. So what I'm looking at is 2 to 3 large camps, one being in Horizon, one being in Benton, and 1 or 2 that's here within the central area, whereby we will, in coordination with some of my partners, they will work with me, and I will put together a hot meal on certain dates. We're looking to do that in June, coming up in June. They will do that, and we should have a considerable number of people come out, because when we, for example, I feed on a regular basis at the Opportunity Center, we generally feed between 100 and 150 people on one day when we go down there and feed at this shelter. So we'll put the word out, so we put the plan together, finalize the details of the plan. And we're going to do that in 2 or 3 different locations. And I'll report back to you when that happens.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Commissioner Olguin?
Thank you, Betsy. I just wanted to give a really quick update about a couple of vaccination events that we are in the process of planning for Precinct 3. So as I mentioned last week, we are going to be having an event out in Agua Dulce in coordination with the Constable's Office and the Texas Department of Emergency Management, where we're going to really try to get as many of the Colonia residents out in that area of the county vaccinated as possible. So that's going to be in Agua Dulce at our county's self-help office. So I want to thank all of our staff, our county staff, that are going to be out there helping that day, and that's Saturday, June 5th from 10 to 3. We're also in the process of trying to coordinate with the UMC mobile unit to see if they might be available to be out in Fabens on Saturday, June 12th. We are going to be having a little celebratory event in celebration of the pool opening, Veterans Pool out there in Fabens. Trying to get some of the kids out there, just recognizing them for what a difficult year this has been for them. So just trying to do a little celebratory end of school year, beginning of summer type of little activity at the Fabens Pool. So we're working with UMC to hopefully try to get the mobile unit out there to register some of these students that are 12 and up, and also their parents, so that the unit can come back to Fabens and get them vaccinated. And then lastly, Judge, not really an update, but I just wanted to be sure to thank our Congresswoman Veronica Escobar for all of her efforts in trying to get broadband out to our rural communities. This is, of course, a priority that the county identified and that we've been working hard towards, and we're going to be looking at how we can use our ARP funds for broadband connectivity out into the rural areas of the county. But Congresswoman Escobar, when she was accepting proposals or requests for appropriations funding, one of the projects that her office accepted was our Cotton Valley Connect project, which would help bring broadband services to some of our rural communities like Fabens and Tornillo. And on Tuesday of last week, she did testify in support of that request for appropriations before the U.S. House Committee on Appropriations. So I just wanted to just take a few minutes to thank her for all of her efforts, for all that she's trying to do to help us bridge that digital divide between our students out in the rural areas and other students throughout the county.
Yeah, that's excellent. She's been an amazing partner, both in that and some other areas. Anything COVID related, she brought the Secretary Mayorga to talk to us. So we had not been, he had been here without our presence, and she connected that. So she's been a great partner. I've always said because of her path, she really understands, our situation and the support that we need from that, from federal government. So thank you for acknowledging her. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge.
Betsy?
Just 1 second, Judge. I'm trying to get Commander Urrutia in. Just one moment. There we go. Commander, you are now on the call. You just need to unmute yourself by dialing *6.
Commander Urrutia, are you on?
It still shows as muted. If you can please press *6 on your phone. Okay, Commander? Hello, Commander?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Commander Urrutia. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Hi, Judge, Commissioners, and this is Commander Ryan Urrutia from the Patrol Division, which the crisis intervention teams are deployed under. During, what we're seeing now during our COVID, coming out of COVID, is we're still seeing, calls for service where members of our community are suffering from anxiety, depression. We are still having, claims, high rates of claims of suicide, threats of suicide. So that's a way to intervene on those types of calls for service and get involved to get those community members the resources they need to get help. So we those calls are not declining. As a matter of fact, we're starting to see increases now that we're starting to come out of quarantine, and we're also seeing our community, readjusting to socialization. So that's also going to be a concern and an issue as we move forward.
Thank you. Was that it? I don't know if you were cut off or that was the end of your presentation, Commander?
No, that was, just we didn't get a presentation together yet because Betsy asked for one for next month, for next Monday's meeting. So we're the crisis intervention teams that we do have in play, they're being stretched thin already. And as we move forward, it's not just, exiting the pandemic, it's just the mental health needs of our community for us to get involved with the EHN representation to provide the communities the resources they need. So we're circumventing sending our community, we don't want to send them to jail if that's not where they need to be. We want them to get the mental health resources and the help so that they're strong community members and they're, can provide, the resource for themselves as they start to identify their mental health needs as we move forward.
No, and we thank you for that intervention. We know as a fact that mental health professionals are saying that because of the quarantine, it's until, and you use a perfect word, and that's socialization. Once they begin to socialize, and that's when things begin to happen. If someone is marginal or is having difficulty, the acting out behavior really doesn't take place until you begin the socialization, and that brings forth a tremendous amount of feelings and situations that I think we're it was very fortuitous, that we were able to have that support because I think it's going to be very much needed as we give people an opportunity to act out and be able to address it, but without having to go to jail or be arrested. So that's going to be a huge, part of the community support that we need. Commissioner Stout, please.
Oh,
Was Commander Urrutia going to say something else?
No. I think as we start to move forward, Judge and Commissioners, we need to keep in mind our high school age children will start going back to school. Looks like next year, so we're going to have socialization issues, there to where they've been away from their peers and their teachers, and we want to be able to provide them the help and the resources they're going to need to reacclimate themselves back into a classroom environment as well.
No, that's so we've been talking about delayed health, delayed mental health services, delayed socialization, and that's going to be something that we need to be aware of. So we thank you, Commander Urrutia, for that. Commissioner, please, Stout, Commissioner Stout.
I also just wanted to thank the Sheriff's Department for doing this, and I really hope that we as a Commissioners Court can approve funding in the next budget, or maybe through ARPA, to actually fund it for 24 hours a day as opposed to the 8 that we have right now. I think this is a service that we should be doing for 24 hours. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Back to you. Thank you. I don't know if Lieutenant Gallardo is also online. Betsy, do you see him on the queue?
No, sir. Let me keep looking. Just one moment.
I do see him. Go ahead.
Oh, yes.
Lieutenant Gallardo.
Lieutenant Gallardo?
Lieutenant Gallardo, go ahead.
We can't hear you. It doesn't show you as muted, but we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
There you go. Lieutenant,
Can
go
you
ahead. Thank you, Lieutenant.
speak into the phone, please?
Yes, no, I just want to thank, I oversee the current CIT section, and the response that the community is giving us in reference to the mental health services that we're providing is phenomenal. They reach out to us, and now they're actually getting to the point where they're actually requesting us when they actually call 911. Again, if we could provide these services 24/7, I could just imagine how many people in the community we can help and service, and it's outstanding, all the good feedback that we're getting so far. Thank you very much, and I hope we get to expand it in the near future.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Well-deserved support that you need. Commissioner Stout, please.
Yeah, I was just gonna say along those lines, conversations that we've had, that where there is a need is actually having mental health folks embedded in our dispatch at the 911 center, so that they can actually triage a lot of the calls at that point in time, and help to make the process even better, and even look forward in the future to having mental health units that may not need law enforcement with them as well. So I think there's lots of great movement in this area, and I couldn't be happier with what I'm hearing today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge, Commissioners, I do want to mention, this is what Commander Urrutia was referencing. We are working with Sheriff Wiles, Chief Whitten, and the Commander to bring forward a proposal for the court's consideration under your American Rescue Plan, as it does tie to the heightened response and the anxiety we see in the community to help fund the CIT. This is an expense that the court would be planning to fund into the long-term future, but it'd be similar to like a stair-step grant, where a grant helps us get it started, and then we plan for the future to absorb the cost for the long term. So that would be one of the proposals we'll be asking the court to consider at your June 3rd meeting for the American Rescue Plan funding. And the Sheriff's Office is working on helping me put together the equipment needs. HR is helping me with the personnel cost, and we'll make that part of the proposal.
And I just wanted to mention, so I believe that as Commissioner Holguin was talking about the congressional appropriations requests that were put in by Congresswoman Escobar, this was actually put in on behalf of the county for some of that funding, and so even that's even a greater, I think, benefit.
Thank you. Betsy, back to you.
Okay. I believe, Commissioners, that concludes the updates from members of the court. Commissioner Holguin, do you have some more?
Commissioner,
Yes,
Commissioner.
I had a follow-up question for Betsy. Betsy, were you able to get more information on getting an update on the PSAs that we had talked about last week to address vaccine hesitancy? I think you were going to speak to the Paso del Norte Health Foundation.
Yes, ma'am. And they have provided us some updated information. We have 2 items. We have an item coming forward to propose a contract amendment. That'll be on your next agenda. And then also today you have a potential grant that would also help fund some of the communication. But the actual agreement and using some CARES funding will be on an upcoming agenda on your next agenda.
Great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good comments. Thank you, Betsy.
Okay. The next items that we do have that we would like for the court to take some action on today is we're asking for your consideration and approval for the resumption of outdoor special events at our venues beginning in June if the data continues to show these improved conditions. Our team continues to work with legal and with Dr. Ocaranza, and those reviews would be a requirement for this practice to resume as well. But the court had previously restricted us from having outdoor events. But at this point, we'd like to resume and allow individuals to start making reservations for these events for our venues in June.
Well, we're there, and it's been, we've done everything possible to be cautious, to be a role model, but I think it's now the community feels, right, that they're vaccinated, and some, if they wear their masks, and so I think we owe it to them to respond accordingly. So how does everybody feel about that? Commissioners?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Betsy. Do you need a motion for that?
Christina, I don't know that the court gave us a motion when we enacted it, but would you prefer a motion?
Yes, if we could put it on the record, if there could be a motion, so that way we can document what the court's decision is and give the public that awareness. That would be appropriate. Thank you.
What would be the motion, Betsy?
A motion for the approval of the resumption of outdoor special events at county venues beginning June 1st, if the data continues to show improved conditions, and with the caveat that it be reviewed by legal and Dr. Ocaranza prior to the practices resuming.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one other item we'd like to request direction from the court on. So we would also like to ask you to consider approving reinstitution to the existing travel policy that was in place prior to the pandemic to allow the auditor's office to resume its pre-review and approval of all travel requests with certain outlined policy exceptions requiring review and approval by the county administrator. You put restrictions on travel for work in place on in March 2020 when the pandemic initially started, and I had the authority to approve any waivers for necessary travel. I'm asking the court to lift this restriction effective June 1st. This would still require the normal review by the auditor's office for any travel. There's already certain travels in our policy that require a review or an exception that practice would continue. And it would allow, again, departments to exercise their discretion on sending employees to meetings and professional development events.
Thank you. You want to word that that motion for us, Betsy?
Yes, sir. It would be approve the reinstitution to the existing travel policy that was in place prior to the pandemic to allow the auditor's office to resume its pre-review and approval of all travel requests with certain outline policy exceptions requiring review and approval by the county administrator.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Judge, I have a question, real quick question. In
Absolutely.
that
Go
regard. Is there a limit on travel?
Yes, sir. Well, there's limits as far as a budget, and there's also a requirement that if an employee travels, not for the benefit of the county, but for their own professional development, they must enter into a reimbursement agreement for the county to either stay with the county and provide a certain length of service or reimburse the county for such travel. But of course, we are limited by budget.
Well,
Go ahead.
Let me be very specific. As far as the elected officials, is there a limit on travel for the elected officials?
No, sir. If the court does see and approve each travel on paid claims, but there is no limit to an amount an elected official could pay. They would have to answer, of course, to Commissioner's Court or the public.
You say there's no limit on travel.
Mr. Dion, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe there's a limit for a public official, elected official.
Betsy, you are correct, but the auditor's office will review all travel requests, and if we think that something's getting excessive or possibly abusive, we will still follow up with the county administrator for her recommendation. And if it's questionable, we can hold off on it and seek approval by the Commissioner's Court.
Okay, so in other words, I can travel anytime I want to, wherever I want to go.
No, sir. There is a requirement. For example, if you wanted to go to a resort in Hawaii, that would require a review and approval, a special approval. But if you wanted to go to a conference in Seattle and it was 7 days long, that would basically be your choice. The auditor may flag it for review if the costs were unreasonable.
So, okay. So in other words, I can go to every month. I can go on travel.
Well, it's your discretion, obviously, and then the public eye obviously is important, and and our budget as to whether or not we're challenged by excessive travel. But I think those would be the only limitations, Commissioner.
Okay, I'm just asking. I just wanted to be clear in my mind as far as if we have limits or not. But I'll say yes on this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. That's all the requests that we have under this item today. With that, we are prepared to close this item, I believe.
And Betsy, thank you. I know there's going to be a lot of items that are coming up as we move into less restrictions and, things being lifted. So thank you for sort of keeping us aware of what's happening throughout. Thank you. So Commissioner Stout.
I'm sorry, Betsy, just for clarification on the events is it June 15th or June 1st? Because I think in your notes to us, it was 15th, and then we just approved the 1st. So do we want it the 1st or the 15th?
There won't be any event. We don't have anybody asking for events prior to June 15th, Commissioner. If the court wants to clarify its motion to be June 15th, we'll definitely make that as our effective date.
Do you see?
I mean, I don't have a problem with doing it on the 1st. And if there's no events, that's fine. We can just keep it as is. I just wanted to understand if that was done on purpose or not. So.
Yeah.
Originally, yes, sir. Originally, I asked for June 15th, but because we want to be able to make people aware sooner, that's why I went with a June 1st date, because people do generally schedule some time out. But we'd like to start making the public aware that we are now open and available for events.
Everybody okay with a change in dates?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Betsy.
Or keeping it at June 1st so we can advertise. Is that okay?
That is okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Good catch. Thanks.
Judge, thank you for that mention. We are working on some more major policy changes. I have asked staff to place those on as a separate item in respect of what Commissioner Stout has brought up previously. So HR is working on some policy updates based on policies that were put into place at the beginning of the pandemic to bring back for court discussion at your first meeting in June.
Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of things coming now very quickly, and if we keep that as an open item, I think we're going to be better off as things happen. So thank you, Betsy, for that recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Thank you, sir. Item number 11 from purchasing. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal purchasing agreement between the County of El Paso and Isleta Independent School District for the use of interlocal purchasing programs through Isleta Independent School District, contract number 2021-0194.
Good morning, Deborah Cutterejo, Troll County Purchasing Agent. This item is an update to an interlocal with the Isleta Independent School District. It's part of a regional strengthening initiative that the Purchasing Alliance and many local agencies are doing to update our interlocals so that we can take advantage of one another's contracts. And with the upcoming item 12, you'll see where this will have immediate advantage for the county. And we're requesting favorable approval for this updated interlocal.
Move to approve.
Second.
You're muted, Caesar.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12, approve the purchase of drug testing services for the County of El Paso using Isleta Independent School District Interlocal Agreement Contract number 217050 CSP, awarded to Confidential Drug Testing of El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved on May 12, 2021. Funding is available in various departmental accounts.
Deborah Cutterejo, Troll County Purchasing Agent. For this item, we are requesting use of the recently approved Isleta Independent School District Cooperative. As you can see, they currently have a contract with a reputable El Paso vendor, and we would like to take advantage of that for our own confidential drug testing.
Excellent. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, approve the purchase of 6 Chevrolet Tahoes and 3 2500 crew trucks for the County of El Paso using Goodbye Cooperative Contract 218F000, awarded to Lake County Chevrolet of Jasper, Texas, in the amount of $347,570.25. Purchasing approved on May 17, 2021. Funding is available in special grant COVID-19 capital outlays.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. For this item, I'm requesting use of the Goodbye contract in order to facilitate the fleet purchases. This is part of a comprehensive program that the court gave its blessing to. We have Mr. Hopeton Staples standing by in case there are questions about the efficiency of using these cooperatives over a bidding process.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, approve the purchase of 2 patrol utility Ford Explorer vehicles for the County of El Paso using Goodbye Cooperative Contract 218F000, awarded to Silsbee Ford Incorporated of Silsbee, Texas, in the amount of $72,646.50. Purchasing approved on May 18, 2021. Funding is available in special grant ST Stone Garden 019 capital outlays.
Ms. Carrejo?
She
Her-
froze.
I believe she
Deborah, your
froze.
screen is frozen.
I'm going to call her back.
Perfect. Thank you.
Stand by, please. Placing the call. Hello, Ms. Carrejo? You are muted right now?
Yes.
Okay, hello, you're back on the line.
You're back,
Yes,
Deborah.
I
Thank you.
apologize. I've lost my internet. Thank you. For item number 14, we're requesting favorable approval for the purchase of these vehicles as well.
Thank you. Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Deborah, before we leave, just want to thank you for your passion on this transition, and it's going to be extremely helpful. And so we thank you for your commitment to continue this transition and working with all the different departments. So once again, we thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you, Deborah.
Moving on to item number 15, Auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026. Please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended April 30th, 2021. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http:// www.epcounty.com/auditor/monthly reports.htm.
Good morning, Judge,
Mr.
Commissioners. Edward Dion, El Paso County Auditor. I'll try to get you all through this real quick so you all can go to lunch. This is the unaudited interim financial report for the month of April. The executive summary, next slide, please. The executive summary shows the, as of April, year-to-date for all funds had revenues of $340.5 million, expenses of $261.4 million. The general fund, year-to-date, as of April, revenues were $253.4 million, and expenses were $167 million. Next slide, please. This is the condensed financial report for April that's published in the paper on Sunday prior to the presentation to the Commissioner's Court. It gives a summary of budgeted funds and multi-year funds, showing the fund balance, the year-to-date budgets, the year-to-date and life-to-date expenditures, any encumbrances or requisitions outstanding, and the year-to-date available budget. Next slide, please. Regarding revenues, the summary, next slide, please. Revenue summary by fund type basically shows all revenues for all funds, showing the total for the month of April was 19.7 million or 340.5 million, of which the general fund had month-to-date revenues of 10.6 million and year-to-date of 253.4 million. Next slide, please. This is a graphic depiction of revenues by source for the general fund only. It shows you that the property taxes, it's obvious that the increase is occurring under property taxes and sales tax. Property taxes increased by 13.1 million or 6.94%. Sales tax continues also to increase. Right now it's 1.4 million or 4.98%. And most of the other accounts are either on track level or have slight declines due to COVID, which still continues. Next slide, please. This is the general fund source, revenues by source for year-to-date, and it shows fiscal year 21 versus fiscal year 20, showing that the increases and decreases as of the end of the month, year-to-date, showed 8.4 million as far as increases compared to the prior year, and the majority of that is still because of property taxes and sales taxes having favorable variances there, which offset the losses in the other areas that are affected by COVID. Next slide, please. This is the budget actual comparison for the month of April. Just shows you the revised budget, the monthly, and then the actuals, and the percentage collected year-to-date. Shows that the estimated budget so far this year we're 58.33% through the year, and so far the general fund has collected 81.24% of budgeted revenues. This excludes 62.4 million designated fund balance reserves used to balance the budget. And as I said earlier, sales tax has been up. We got our 6th sales tax for the year. The amount was 4.2 million, exceeding the amount received by 9.75% for the same period last year. Year-to-date was up by 1.4 or 4.98%. We had another banner collection in May. On the 14th, we received our 7th payment, exceeding $6 million, and that was a 37.24% increase over the prior year, and this is the largest single month payment that we've received since we've been getting sales tax. Next slide, please. This is just the graphic depiction of revenues. Shows that taxes is a significant revenue that we get in the county, and it comprised 91.29% of the revenues received, with ad valorem being 87.27%. Next slide, please. This is the charges for services revenue. It shows the charges for services revenue collected. The bulk of it was the Sheriff's Department, which collected 58.79%, and the county clerk was 16.04%. Next slide, please. Fines and forfeits. JPs were collected about 57.5% of fines and forfeits, and the Council of Judges collected 25.72%. Next slide, please. Intergovernmental. The general government non-department collected 32.81% of intergovernmental revenues. County attorney collected 28.02%. Sheriff was 13.1%, and other departments was 26.06%. Next slide, please. This is a 3-year budget comparison for the general fund, just to give you an idea of how revenues are coming in compared to budget. Also, yes.
I think we're a couple
I'm
of slides
sorry.
behind, Mr. Dion.
The slides are off one. Miguel, could you advance one more slide, please? One more.
Sorry about that. I'm going a little too fast. Yeah,
For
it's the
some
3-year
reason,
comparison.
they're not advancing. I'm sorry. There, thank you.
There we go. Okay, I apologize for going so fast. On the all revenue budget, the actual collections as a percentage of the budget, as you can see, 2019 through 2021, we hit that 79%, went 81%, and right now it's 81.24%. So we're doing good. We're stable. With regards to property taxes, we're at 98.27% for 21. So no significant concerns there. Sales tax, we're probably the highest we've ever been, and the trend is hopefully continues, but we're at 57.83%, and that's higher than the prior 2 years as far as collections this time during the year. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic depiction of the 3-year comparison on property taxes. The green line just basically shows in comparison to 20 and 19, just to give you an idea of how revenues are coming in comparison. And right now, property taxes are in alignment with the 2 prior years for the most part. Property taxes increased by 13.1 million or 6.94%, mainly attributable to new properties that were added to the tax rolls and additional certifications by the essential appraisal after the 2020 tax rate calculation. Next slide, please. This is also the sales tax. As you can see, the green is a little bit higher than the prior 2 years. The blue and the orange shows we have a good trend with sales tax, and we'll be monitoring it very closely. This kind of gives you an idea of with COVID in the prior years. You'll see in some of the future slides that the graphs go all over the place by month because the data has been pretty erratic. But as I said earlier, 1.3 million increase in sales tax year to date, or 4.98% in comparison to the prior year. Next slide, please. Charges for services. The charges for services total, decreases total 3.6 million or 18.85%. And as you can see, the green arrow, it's been kind of going up, and then it comes down just slightly, but it still seems to be on the rise. So it's a good sign that we have a trend, and we're monitoring it closely. As I said last week, working closely with budget and fiscal policy on some of these revenue projections, because like I say, the data's it changes, and we want to make sure that we're on track for the budget cycle. Next slide, please. Fines and forfeitures. Same thing here. We had a little bit of a slump on the first part of the year. Then we saw a trend going up all the way through March, came back down a little bit, and you'll see that this graph is a little bit off the green line. The data shifted over. It looks like I'll talk to my staff, but that green line relates to data only through April, and it looks like the data point is pointing towards May. So I'll get that corrected. But the fines and forfeitures totaled, the decrease was 252,000 or 11.53%, mainly attributable to COVID-19 due to less activity. Next slide, please. Licenses and permits. Same thing here. The graphs all over the place. We've seen positive increases this year, and it's been up and down, but the overall trend seems to be coming back up. But it's like I say, it's kind of cyclical. Licenses and permits decreased by 16,000 or 8.92%. Next slide, please. On the expenditure side, this is a summary of expenditures by fund type, and of the If all funds totaled 36.0 million for the month and 261.4 million for year to date through April. The general fund was 24.9 million for the month and 167 million year to date. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic depiction of the expenditures by type, just to give you a visual to see where things are going up and down. And as I said, I think in the prior monthly updates, personnel and fringe benefits, although it's 122 million or 72.7% of total expended, there was a decrease of 2.2 compared to 2020. The decrease is because of a transfer relating to the Sheriff's Office of CARES reimbursement of $5.3 million. So it makes it look like our expenses are really going down, but it's because of that credit. Overall, we do have increases if you exclude that. The operating expenses grew by they were 33.8 million or 20.22% of total expenses. The increase was 2.1 million compared to 2020. And then capital outlays also were 2.6 million or 1.55% of total expenses. The year-to-date increase was 2.1 million compared to the prior year. Transfers out were 9.1 million or 5.45% of total expended. The year-to-date decrease of 5.5 million compared to 2020, and it was mainly because of the reduction in the transfer out for the small capital for the 1 penny of 1.9 million, and also there was a reduction in the transfer out to the Road and Bridge Fund of 4.3 million, which is for road paving. Next slide, please. This just gives you a comparison fiscal year 20 to 21. As you can see, the expenses year to date are a little bit less, and it's mainly attributable because of that $5.3 million reduction in expenditures that were allowed. Next slide, please. This is just a summary of expenditures by function. Shows you the revised budget, period actuals, year-to-date actuals, and shows that the expended budget so far is 44.77%. Next slide, please. This is the general fund expenditure comparison, 21 versus 20. Shows that we show an overall decline compared to the prior year of 3.4 million or 2.02%. And like I said, that was also because of that reduction in the expenses of salaries. Next slide, please. Another graphical depiction of the expenditures by function. There was a decrease of 7 million, mainly due to changes in various departments. And like I say, it was netting. I can go through all that detail, but just to make sure I don't go over on the time here. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic depiction of the percentage expended year to date. Shows public safety was 67 million, 40.52%. General government was 46.3 million or 27.7%. Administration of justice was 38 million or 22.94%. Next slide, please. This is a public safety. It just shows you that the Sheriff's Department made up 80.88% of the expenses year to date, and JPD was 8.9 or 13.14%, and the other departments included 4 departments. Next slide, please. General government, same here, shows you the breakdown of the year-to-date expenses by the various departments, and the other departments included 20 departments. Next slide, please. Administration of justice shows that they expended 38.34 million and 22.94% of total expenses, and it gives you the breakdown of the components within administration of justice. And the other departments included 35 departments for 14.2 million or 37.06%. Next slide, please. The other functions include mainly economic development at 39%, followed by medical examiner, Escarte, and the golf course. And the other departments was almost 5 million or 33.8%, which included 16 departments. Finally, fund balance. I provided my second estimate of revenues to the next slide, please. Yeah, you're fine right there. To the budget and fiscal policy department. And as you know, fiscal year 20, we ended with about 96 million. For fiscal year 2021, I'm projecting right now 86 million. I think we're real close with budget and fiscal policy and what we're projecting, but the biggest area that I'm focusing on, working on, is identifying the expenditures that we may be incurring through the rest of the year. And I showed for 2022 that we may end up around 85, but at this point, I think we're on track, but this is going to be changing on a monthly basis. And like I said, it depends on how much the Commissioners Court commits for spending. If we have any additional COVID expenses that may get hit, or other projects like the stormwater project, that was my biggest concern. With that, anybody have any questions? That's the end of my presentation.
Any questions from anyone?
Yes, Judge, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead. Commissioner Robinson.
Mr. Dion, thank you for
your
presentation. It's always a pleasure. But the question I have in regards to the increase in sales revenue over previous year, what do you attribute that to? You would think that with the pandemic going around, that our spending would be less, so which means that our revenue will be less in that regard. But what do you attribute that to?
The indications from the Texas Comptroller is that, the fact that a lot of people have actually been home and teleworking, there's a lot of individuals that have not expended a lot of their disposable income as they normally would have, and so individuals are spending now and making up for all that time that has passed where they would normally have spent money. I think, over the last year, 9 months, we've seen, the Home Depots and most of the hardware stores, the parking lots are full. People are doing remodeling. They're doing purchases that they wouldn't normally do. So I think this is going to be a trend that's going to at some point level off, and it'll subside and go back to maybe a more normal. But at this point, and also there's been supplements from the government to various individuals, and so they have more disposable income to spend also. So I think it's like I said, it's just a temporary. Like I said, we've had the biggest increases we've ever had. It might happen for another month or so, but I expect it to level off here in the near future.
Well, yeah, part of my thinking was that the infusion from the federal government may have had a lot to do with that.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much.
They have income that they haven't been spending, plus they're getting additional resources that they previously didn't have.
Yes,
I think that's delayed is going to be the word of the year, I think, because delayed everything. It's a phenomenon, but delayed expenses. But yeah, it's very surprisingly, but very pleasant. And I do hope people do go into that website, because it's so much information about understanding, what money comes in, how we spend it, and all these other things that I think our public needs to know. Makes them much better at understanding government and what we're trying to accomplish. So great presentation, Edward.
Keep bringing us reports like that, Mr. Dion.
And thank your team as well. I know you always recognize
you.
your team, so we thank you for you and your team. So looks
thank
like
you, Commissioner.
Great presentation and very succinct and right on time for lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Caesar?
Yes, sir. Could we please have a motion to accept the report, the monthly report?
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Judge, would you like to break for our midday intermission?
Yeah, please. This is a perfect break here. So thank you.
1 hour, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:12 p.m.
Thank you.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Go ahead, Cesar.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It's 1:13 p.m. now. We are on item number 16 from Judiciary and Corrections. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the surveillance security system agreement with Pyrocom Systems Incorporated for fire and security installation, maintenance, monitoring, and inspections, including equipment, materials, and labor for the project on behalf of the El Paso County Juvenile Probation Department in the amount of $161,430.97. Funding is available in CIP 21 JPD renovations. Contract number 2021-0327.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Joseph Madrid, Building Engineer for JPD. For this item, we are seeking funds to replace and upgrade the current surveillance security system. This will enhance site security and safety. This will include all labor, materials, equipment, and accessories necessary for this installation. I'm now available to answer any questions anyone might have regarding. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, anyone?
Move to approve.
Second.
Sorry, Caesar, you're muted.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 17 from Economic Development. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the First Amendment to the El Paso Small Business Emergency Relief Program, Chapter 381 Economic Development Program Agreement, Business Development Series with Lift Fund Incorporated to clarify the separate funding streams for the loan and grant portions of this program. Funds are available in Special Grant COVID-19 Operating Expense and General Fund Economic Impact Initiative. Contract number 2021-0295.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michael Hernandez, Economic Development Director. We continue to work with our community partners to provide assistance to small businesses and to prepare for offering further support. One of those key partners is Lift Fund. The amendment before you clarifies that the $1 million set aside last year by the county for its Small Business Emergency Relief Program, this is separate from the FASTER program. The agreement with Lift Fund is to be set into two funding streams. One for the $750,000 in loans for small businesses impacted by the pandemic, and $250,000 in grants to small businesses. This clarification is being made after federal government guidance and a county determination that only the portion for the grants in this program, the $250,000, should be reimbursed with CARES funds. LIFT fund is required to set aside the loan payments into a revolving loan fund called the Dreammaker Fund. And so to stay in compliance with federal guidelines, we will look to source these funds from our general fund. We ask for your favorable consideration of this amendment to our agreement with LIFT fund. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Michael. Questions, comments from anyone?
I have some questions, Judge.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Holguin.
Hi, Michael. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I just want to understand. So instead, we're not able to use CARES funds for the loan portion of the agreement. So we're going to be using our general funds that from the Economic Initiative funding category, budget category. How much money do we usually budget into that category every year? Or last year, I guess, or this current year?
I'll have to check with budget, but I believe,
Michael?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're new, so we'll let Betsy jump in on this one. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, sir. So the court has, this last year, we lowered the amount of the budget into the Economic Impact Fund, but we have set aside an amount every year where our goal is to build that up to about a $10 million fund. I believe we budgeted just over $1 million into the fund this year. However, our goal is like we roll it over year after year, the balance, so that it will build up over time. The goal is to have that funding available if the court wants to do like a major infrastructure investment in the future to do, like, for example, to attract a business or businesses to develop a certain area, such as like if we wanted to add a rail spur or if we needed to add curb and gutter and parking turnouts for a business. That's an example of why the court wanted to build it up. And just to clarify, this came up even before we knew we were going to get CARES funds. As soon as the pandemic hit, one of the first things the court discussed last year was helping small businesses. And so immediately the court said, we brought forward an item and the court was supportive to use this very initial $1 million investment to help some businesses. Then the PPP came out almost simultaneously, and then CARES funds came out. But one of the rules, and the court was interested in us using CARES funds for as much of the $1 million as possible. But the rules came out that if you were going to get paid back, we could use CARES funding, but then we would have to turn around and give the money back to the Treasury, and it would be CARES funding lost to our community, basically. So by using the Economic Impact Fund and creating what's going to be a revolving loan fund, which will continue to be available to help businesses, it was more advantageous to the long term for the community.
And that's what I wanted to make sure. So we still have funds available in this Economic Impact Fund to cover the 750, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. And Wally can give us a balance, but yes, and we also have some commitments on those funds for things like training and other agreements that we've entered into.
Okay, thank you. And then this is a loan, so ideally these funds are going to be paid back to the county's general fund unless the Commissioner's Court decides to waive or forgive the loans, or
the funds will go back, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but they'll go into a revolving loan fund to be used to generate and support other small businesses going forward.
That's
and that
correct.
was part of the original proposal with Commissioner's Court, the Dream Makers Fund.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And do we know how much of the 600,000 has already been loaned? Do we have, or when can we expect to see a report on that?
We can get a report to Commissioner's Court in the next couple of weeks, but we know that most of the loans have been expended, so this is not so much an active program anymore. The LIFT Fund is separately and faster still dispensing loans, and that'll go forward for some time, and they've dispensed about $255,000 in loans through that program, but this one has been done for a little while, so we're just trying to clarify the funding streams.
Okay.
Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but the money was gone literally within minutes. I mean, or like less than an hour after we released it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So Betsy, maybe I'm wrong, but for some reason I thought there was some criteria that you didn't have to pay back, or am I confusing it with other programs? But for some reason I thought.
This one, we had small loans and small grants both available. I believe the loans were up to 20 or 25,000 and the grants were up to 5,000.
That's
And it was the very first economic assistance program we did under the pandemic.
That's correct. Thank you.
That's all the questions I had about just some things that I wanted to clarify about this particular item. But I'm just wondering, Betsy and Michael, if it'd be possible maybe during one of our Thursday special sessions, I'd really be interested in seeing a report on all of our programs. So this one, of course, the FASTER grants, just to see how those, whether all the funds have been dispensed, because we're going to need to start looking at whether or not we want to add more money into those programs. So I think it would be nice, maybe maybe not the June one, but maybe the July Thursday special meeting, if we could have some time dedicated to that.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be happy to put that together for the court.
And I'd also like to know how the payment is coming out, you know, their abilities to pay back the loan, because I think you mentioned something, Commissioner Holguin, that, you know, are we willing to waive? And for some reason, I'm thinking that that might be a possibility in some cases where they've really gone south. So
yes, I agree.
She shows a little bit of, you know, the return on that investment. So thank you.
Oh, actually, I had one more question before we move on to this this item. But this is actually probably more for Wally. So then the 750 that we originally intended to pay with CARES funds. So now that's going to go back into, is it going to go back into the financial assistance line item under the CARES Act, or would we put it into our reserve? Or is that something that we need to decide where we want those 750 to go to?
So go ahead, Wally.
So what I'll do is I'll look at those funds originally originated and unobligate them, and they'll be in the line item where they were unobligated. So if it was financial assistance, that's where they would reappear. Thereafter, if the court chose to transfer those over to reserves for a subsequent allocation, then we could do that subsequently.
Okay, thank you.
But when they are unobligated from CARES, we'll put them back into the original line item they're in right now.
Thank you, Wally.
Thank you, Wally.
Certainly.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 18, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Second Amendment to Broadband Market Analysis and Demand Study and subrecipient agreement between the County of El Paso, Texas, and the El Paso Community Foundation. Funding in the amount of $265,964 is available in special grant COVID-19 operating expenses. Further discuss potential broadband improvement projects. Contract number 2021-0013.
Good afternoon again, Judge and Commissioners. Michael Hernandez, Economic Development Director. Our broadband market analysis and demand study continues to take shape, and we are eager to understand gaps in service to help plan for possible infrastructure improvement projects and to work with public and private sector folks for solutions. This is an amendment to our agreement with El Paso Community Foundation for the study being conducted by UTEP's Hunt Institute and the university's Michael Loya Center. The agreement requires the work to be provided by the end of 2021, but we're looking for certain information before that, of course. The amendment will use CARES Act funds to pay for the entire study. We believe the work is an appropriate use of CARES funds as it will significantly increase broadband capacity. El Paso County is leading a regional effort to improve broadband and help connect businesses and families to workplaces, to schools, to businesses, and to healthcare providers. we ask for the court's favorable consideration of payment using CARES funds to our subrecipient, the El Paso Community Foundation, for the broadband study in the amount of $265,964. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions from commissioners? I see Commissioner Holguin ready. Go ahead, Commissioner.
And this may be something that Betsy may have to jump in, Michael, but I'm just wondering if this item was originally approved in August of last year by the court, we didn't pay it last year. Why is it that we're only paying it now?
So I think we're just trying to clarify the funding source for this. I think initially the court had decided to pay for a first portion of the study through general fund dollars, actually CARES Act dollars, but then realized, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wally, please, received some guidelines that money needed to be dispensed by the end of the calendar year last year until they got further guidance from the federal government that they could go ahead and extend that beyond that calendar year to the end of this calendar year. So I think a portion of it was going to be half CARES funds and the other portion, the other half, was going to be general fund dollars. We've determined that this is going to be a substantial improvement to broadband. The study will lead to certain outcomes and inform our projects in terms of, figuring out where infrastructure should go, how to connect that infrastructure to some of the private sector infrastructure, and figuring out other solutions with community partners to kind of understand usage of technology, getting people more education in terms of how to, what programs are out there for assistance, and other things that I think are going to really help solve a larger broadband effort.
Wally, you want to add to that, please?
Gladly. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. As Michael stated, it's been back and forth. This will clarify that it will be a CARES expense. It has been fully expensed. We will make sure it falls under CARES. But that disbursement has been made.
Okay, so it's been paid. It's just we're just clarifying how it's going to be classified. That's what I wanted to know.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure that the delay in the study didn't have something to do with not having paid the expense. Okay,
No,
all
ma'am.
right, I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Michael, thank you for hitting the road running, because it's been, I feel like you've been here a couple of years now. So thank you. Thank you for being around
Thanks
in
so
every aspect of economic development. Thank you. Go ahead, Caesar.
Item number 19, Health and Social Services. Approve and authorize a revision to the Emergency Rental Assistance Disbursement Plan, approved on February 8, 2021, allocating the $929,338 left in the ERA reserve funds to the Rental and Utility Assistance category to provide the Community Services Department flexibility to increase assistance as need arises in the community. Funds are available in special grant, Federal 21 operating expense.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. In early February, if you recall, you approved a plan identifying funds and initiatives under the $4.7 million grant from the U.S. Treasury's Emergency Rental Assistance Program. At that time, you approved $2.8 million in rent assistance, $150,000 for resource navigation services to the United Way, $300,000 towards electric utility assistance. And then in April, you approved a line item for $150,000 towards water utility and another $150,000 towards gas utility assistance. You all have already approved agreements and arrangements committing approximately $3.8 million of these funds. And you also approved leaving approximately $930,000 in unallocated reserve funds. And since we have been actively working with several service providers in the community to continue to extend assistance to residents to aid them in their COVID-19 recovery, this item really continue to expand services in the county and those partnerships with other providers as the need arises. The action will also ensure that the budget office can process those contractual payments from the proper line items quickly when the services are expanded. Of course, any contracted partnerships will be reviewed and vetted by the county attorney's office and be brought to you for approval before expansion. I'll entertain any questions if you have any.
Questions for Irene? I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Item
Caesar.
number 20. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the service agreement between the County of El Paso and the Lower Valley Water District for the Emergency Utility Assistance Program for customers with emergency water utility assistance needs through the U.S. Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Funds for a term beginning on the effective date through September 30th, 2022, when the ERA funds are due to expire. Contract number 2021-0271.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Judge Rosalba Hernandez with Community Services Department. This one is a collaboration that we've expanded as part of your approved ERA disbursement plan. The Lower Valley Water District has agreed to collaborate with us to They will pre-screen the clients. They will refer them to our office, General Assistance Office, where we will make the final determination for eligibility. This agreement does define the conditions of our collaboration and how both entities will collaborate to make this a great partnership and assist the Lower Valley Water District customers. We will be providing up to 6 months of assistance to eligible residents who meet the county's ERA criteria, and we will make the payment directly to the Lower Valley Water District Company. Your favorable consideration is appreciated, and I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rosalba. Appreciate that. We've always had a good partnership with them. So go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Yes, I was just interested in the amount of activity or interest we have in that. Can you give us sort of a rough breakdown of the requests and how you go about approving those applications?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Commissioner. We have allocated $150,000 for the water utility assistance, and that's based on the need that we were informed of by the Lower Valley Water District. They do have many customers. When we started our conversation with them, this was almost 2 months ago, and the need was great. Some customers have already paid. We are waiting. I did ask for a breakdown of how many clients are in arrears with 120 days, 90 days, and 30 days. So we have a good picture of how many families will be assisting. Now, we will also be assisting other customers that fall under other municipality utility districts. So we do see a great need all through the county, sir.
Okay, that's good to hear. But do you have a rough number of those that we actually already have assisted? I know that the sunset on that is until September 22. Do you have a rough number of the ones we've helped?
A rough number of the ones we've helped, I do not have, sir. I'd be happy to bring to you and forward that to you. I did not prepare myself with that amount.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind, you can just forward it to the entire court. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Rosalba.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalba. You know, the Lower Valley Water District has always been a great partner, so thank you for continuing to strengthen that partnership.
Yes, we're happy to partner with them, and they're eager to start that. Thank you
Yes,
all
they
very
are.
much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Item number 21, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the services agreement between the County of El Paso and the Medical Center of the Americas Foundation for Emergency Utility Assistance Program to provide utility assistance to county residents living outside the city limits of El Paso who are experiencing financial hardship due to COVID-19 from the U.S. Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program from April 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021 in the amount of $300,000. Funding is available in special grant, Federal 21 operating expense, contract number 2021-0328.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Irene Valenzuela with your Community Services Department. Again, this is another one of those partnerships that we developed as a result of your approved ERA disbursement plan. This is a collaboration with the Medical Center of the Americas Foundation to assist with payments of up to 80% of an electric utility account for a county resident not to exceed 6 months per household who are still recovering from the economic effects of COVID-19. The Medical Center of the Americas Foundation approached us wanting to leverage our funds with a $300,000 generous donation by Larry Wolfschlager. They will also commit to raise an additional $300,000 towards this effort. And additionally, El Paso Electric will contribute about $300,000, and they will work with each customer to arrange payment plans on any amount in their account above what our collaborative funds will pay for. And so this collaboration could possibly be a total contribution of up to $1.2 million towards paying back electric utility accounts for county residents. The MCA Foundation will pool our ERA funds together with the philanthropy funds and make payment directly to El Paso Electric once our General Assistance Office determines the full eligibility of each client account. El Paso Electric will credit the approved customer's account accordingly. Both MCA and El Paso Electric will promote this collaborative via their online and social media platforms, any pop-up public events, and other TV and media engagements. This agreement before you lays out all of this framework and how we're going to collaborate on this effort. I'm happy to answer any of your questions on this, but I also believe Emma Schwartz from the MCA Foundation is on the call if the court has any questions for her as well.
Well, we'd like to hear from Emma. It's always a pleasure. Emma, you could enhance this discussion here. Thank you.
You know, thank you very much for your time, Judge Samaniego and commissioners. This is one of those things that came out of the blue sky. But my dad is Larry Wolfschlager, and he's retiring after a long career in Midland, Texas, and moving to El Paso. And as he was in town visiting, he saw some news reports about people who weren't able to pay their electric bills. And, you know, his heart went out to them and felt that, you know, so many people are experiencing higher electric bills because they're working from home, there's homeschooling, and maybe they lost their jobs. And he's like, it's not their fault. And so it just broke his heart. So he made this donation to the MCA Foundation. We're not taking any overhead to administer this project or raise the matching funds. It's a pure pass through. And when I talked to the electric company about this, they got so excited and said, we will match it. And then, you know, we heard about, you know, several other programs that we're working within the city limits. And we thought, well, if we work outside the city limits, you know, Project Amistad, they were so kind. They said, we can't fund out of city limits. Go to the out of city limits people, right? So really everyone in the community trying to pull together something good for those people who were most hurt by the pandemic. And so I really appreciate working with your staff, the staff of the electric company, and everyone who's been part of making this this possible. But hopefully this can just relieve some burden on people who've had a very stressful year.
Emma, thank you very much. You talk about skin in the game. My goodness, this is really people coming together, everyone pitching in and making something. It could be sort of small becomes that much bigger because of everybody's contribution. And of course, we thank you for that ability to make things happen, which has become part of your profile. If you want something to happen, go to Emma Schwartz and she'll figure that way. So we thank you. I know Irene is going to be very thankful. They've been very, very dedicated. Her and her team have just so much passion, but sometimes they have limited resources. So this one takes it to the next level. So Emma, thank you very much.
Carlos and Irene and everyone have been a pleasure to work with.
Thank you. So move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. And one added feature is that we don't like people to leave. We like for them to come back. So we've got one more coming back. So that's always a pleasure. So thank you, Emma. Thank you. Go ahead, Caesar.
Item number 22, receive a presentation and approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal grant agreement between the County of El Paso and the City of El Paso for the distribution of federal coronavirus relief funds to provide temporary shelter services to persons experiencing homelessness during the COVID-19 health crisis in the amount of $850,000 from CARES Act funds for a term not to exceed 6 months from the date of execution of the agreement. Funds are available in special grant COVID-19 operating expenses. Contract number 2021-0370.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. Joel Bishop with County Administration. On April 19th, as a little background, you approved up to $850,000 allocations for this purpose from the county's county CARES funds. And as a reminder, the temporary welcome center on Delta was closed back in April, but the emergency order is still necessitated distancing in the shelters, so they can't go back to their normal original capacity. In addition, with the closure of the welcome center, it's created a potential problem for placement for justice-involved individuals and others, not only for the police department from coming out from the county jail and our reentry program. So our reentry staff expressed concern, and we, through collaboration with the city, we have this proposal for you today. So the Inspira Hotel was opened back in November of 2020 with 80 rooms available for the homeless for overflow. And this was with federal support funding from the city, who worked with Endeavors to run this operation to enhance, again, the front end shelter support. This updated support would utilize county CARES funds to help phase out of the pandemic, provide that temporary support needed for the shelters, which does include an emphasis on ensuring proper support for justice-involved individuals. Really appreciate the city collaborating with us on that. Last week we toured the Inspira. I also went down to the Opportunity Center and toured the Myrtle location to see what the conditions are like there. And at the Myrtle location, the spacing and distancing requirements, again, continue to necessitate lower numbers. But also, from my perspective, it was hard to imagine them being much more crowded than what I saw. So I toured the Inspira with Commissioner Stout and other county staff and city staff on Friday. This is an impressive operation. It treats the people there very well, gives excellent support, a great launching pad to get out of homelessness. So we've also met with the owner of the hotel, who's been very pleased with the operation over the last 6 months. He said that it's been cleaner than when he has normal tenants. He also said he's received compliments from the nearby businesses, and the staff have reported minimal complaints. I want to thank Irene Valenzuela and Cristina Sanchez for working hard to put this together in short order, and the city staff for working hard to make this happen. We also have city staff on the line, along with Ben Miranda from Endeavors, and the city staff on Nicole Farini. She has a brief presentation for the court, and both entities, Endeavors and the city, are willing to answer questions. We also have Irene Valenzuela on the line as well. With that, Judge, if it's okay, if I could turn it over to Nicole Farini from the city, if IT could pull up her brief presentation.
Absolutely. Welcome, Nicole.
Thank you, Judge, and good afternoon, Commissioners. I will be very, very brief, as you all are deeply familiar with these issues and the partnership that we've established over the last year and a half. Next slide, please. This slide really just takes you through the variety of points of intervention that are really required to make these solutions work. And what we're talking about today is, with the 850,000, is increasing the overflow capacity, which you can see there at the top right corner of the slide. That is but one component of 6 that really makes this work. As Joel mentioned, on April 13th, no new intakes are being accepted at the Delta site temporary shelter. And as of April 30th, the Delta site is completely closed for this usage. We're excited about working on that facility and being able to return it for the use of the community. But when we did that, we also understood that we are not yet out of this crisis. While we are all looking forward to recovery, and I think as Dr. Ocaranza put it this morning, we're very excited to be able to see the light at the end of that tunnel. We really cannot take our foot off the gas in terms of providing solutions for these folks that need it the most. And so we are transitioning that successful Welcome Center concept from the Delta site over to an entry point at the Opportunity Center on Myrtle. And the Opportunity Center has been really not only gracious, but really excellent in helping us with that transition and making sure that we're still able to offer that single access point where folks can get access to the on-site rapid testing, as well as continuing availability of vaccination as they become available through our coordination with the Office of Emergency Management. I do want to say that those 2 services are not just available at the Opportunity Center, although we are encouraging folks that are entering into the system that would have naturally gone to the Delta site over the last year to interface with us at the Opportunity Center, again, so that we can realize or continue to realize the benefits of being able to really put our arms around those folks and track them as they move through the system. In addition to the entry point at the Opportunity Center, we are also investing in increased oversight and case management. This is being effected through an ongoing contract with Project Amistad, whom has done just a tremendous job in terms of intervening and truly wrapping their wings around these individuals and not simply making sure that they have access to shelter, but they have access to the resources that get them back on their feet, ultimately making room for us to provide more assistance to more folks that need it. We are also investing in ongoing transportation of homeless individuals to and from testing, as well as to and from the appropriate shelter solution for them. And that is up to and including the site at the Inspira Hotel that we are continuing to work with Endeavors on. I do want to take a quick moment to just say how incredibly impressed I have been with the team at Endeavors, particularly their emergency services team, who has been there with us since day one. And quite frankly, I think are largely responsible for the 0% virus origination rate at the Delta site. You know, there's been so much discussion around this topic over the last 14, 15 months. You know, no solution is ever going to be perfect, but I think if you had to define success for an intervention during this crisis, during this time of crisis, I think the Delta Center can be classified as that moment of success. And so we want to continue that. And I have the utmost confidence that Endeavors is going to be able to do that at the Inspira Hotel, increasing that, again, that overflow capacity. And I think, as has been mentioned several times today, all of these points of intervention, all of this works as a result of the partnerships that we put in place well before the pandemic began. and that we reinforced with the CARES related agreements. And now we're moving forward utilizing a variety of funding sources up to and including, and hopefully we have a successful vote today, including the county investment, as well as CARES related entitlement funds awarded to the city of El Paso, and looking forward into the future in terms of what else needs to be invested as we continue to receive assistance from the federal government to address these issues in an ongoing way. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick breakdown so that we can see where the funds are going. I mentioned transportation. The city is investing an additional $350,000 in that transportation contract. That is also with Endeavors. We are investing an additional $250,000 in case management, and that is the Project Amistad contract that I mentioned. This is in addition to $3.9 million that was awarded to Project Amistad for a variety of services that address homelessness in our community. But it's important to note these particular funds allow Amistad the flexibility that they need to directly interface with people, because that was some of the feedback we heard, is that folks needed some additional support to get back on their feet, particularly during this difficult time. The $850,000 that we're requesting go into the Inspira Hotel from the county, and we thank you for that partnership, is a complement to the $550,000 that the city will be investing in order to complete the contract for the next 6 months at Inspira and to continue to protect our people. And with that, I'll entertain any questions that you all may have. And I just thank you for your ongoing support and for the partnership of the county staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Couple of things. One is that I'm so appreciative of the case management component, because I think that was one of the missing when we talk about symptoms versus root cause. I think one of the things that would happen is that we sort of got people going from one place to the other, but there was no one really managing that situation. So to me, case management has been such an important thing. The other, obviously, we're recognizing more and more Endeavors and their participation. And of course, we knew our, Mr. Miranda and everything that he's done. The other one is that you had talked about, and I think we're getting there, that we've done too many temporary things, but because that's what we have to do immediately. But I think in that journey towards doing something permanent, I think you're getting very, very close to not having sort of a situation to help out, but then it's not sustainable, it's not permanent. So I think we're getting there. And I think the other one that you mentioned, that I hope people realize that so many things were already taking place prior to the pandemic, the collaborations, the working together, the city and understanding where our lanes were. So I think we're, really taking advantage of what we've gotten so many accolades throughout the country from people that notice how we're coming together. And I think that's been our strength. So Nicole, I really want to thank you for the presentation. And I don't know if we have Ben Miranda from Endeavors present, because it'd be nice to hear from him as well.
I do think Ben is on the line, Judge.
Oh, great. Ben?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm dialing in remotely, so thank you so much. I just to echo Nicole's presentation on behalf of Endeavors, it's been a truly community support. All the collaboration efforts and everything that's been done has not been done in a vacuum. It's been done in a way to be able to ensure that the clients that we're supporting are connected to multiple services. So I just want to give a big shout out to the city, to Nicole and her team, and everybody in the community has been part of making sure that the clients that we're serving in Inspira are taken care of and treated with dignity and respect. So thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And the relationship with Endeavors continues to be strong in our community. So we thank you for doing that, and also going into some areas that were not commonly part of Endeavors and taking that big step and helping us with some of the other areas. So thank you very much. Joel, back to you. Yes, Commissioner Robinson, I'm sure you're very happy with this new situation, but can we hear from you, Commissioner Robinson?
Oh, I'm delighted. This is a big step. But Nicole, Joel, I want to thank you guys and Ben as well with Endeavors. Thank you for all the things you do. I mentioned this more earlier today in regards to the homeless individuals who are, as far as our outreach, as far as the vaccinations to help with the pandemic that we have. Nicole, Joel, I want to meet with you guys within the next week and see if we can. I want to collaborate with you in regards to an effort to twofold. One is to get more individuals, the homeless individuals, with the vaccinations, but at the same time do some outreach towards getting them out of the camps and on the bridges into the shelters where they can be better serviced and as being indicated, more dignified approach. But I have a couple ideas as far as how we can draw them in at the same time accomplish the objective is to eliminate the homeless situation we have. But I just want to say I'll communicate with you or have my staff communicate with you in my thoughts and ideas, as well as setting up a date when we can meet to solidify my thoughts and ideas. But thank you again for all you do. And Judge, I want to move to approve on this action.
Second. Judge, I've had my hand up. Can I? Say that again. I'm sorry. I said, Judge, I've had my hand up for a little bit. Can I? I'm sorry, because I don't have, for some reason, it gets small. I can't see the hand, so just sort of wave a little bit. Yeah. And I was going to say, since you visited Friday, we sure would love your feedback on that, Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Judge. And I did have the opportunity to visit the hotel on Friday, and you know, it's a great operation, and you know, we also had the opportunity to talk about just this whole issue, right? It's just so complex, and right now, you know, I think that, you know, we've all been basically all hands on deck, you know, and crisis mitigation, in a crisis mitigation approach, you know, throughout the pandemic. And it's been successful in terms of, you know, things like preventing the outbreak of the virus among those who are experiencing homelessness. But, you know, we talked about a lot about the need to move into longer term reform of how the community deals with, you know, the diverse populations of people who experience homelessness. And, you know, I think that, you know, Inspira could be an important piece of that going into the future. But it's going to cost a lot of money, and you know, we've been lucky in certain ways because we've, you know, had the CARES Act funding come in, and the city has gotten a lot of funding as well that they've been able to put towards this. I mean, you know, the county, I think earlier on we contributed $1 million to help with this solution, and we're here talking about doing another close to $1 million. But you know, I really want to make sure that you know, we continue to again not be just short-sighted, but look for, you know, more longer term approaches, because you know, as we discussed on Friday, we just can't go back to the status quo of how things were before the pandemic hit. And you know, I think we all can agree that we're probably going to see higher levels of homelessness. And so, you know, we had a chance to talk to the owner of Inspira last week, who was interested in, you know, a more long-term lease, a more long-term solution that would be a lot less expensive for both the county and the city to do that. Obviously, the service provision on behalf of Endeavors or whoever may be serving that, whoever might be providing that service going in the future would cost money as well. But I think that you know, we've been a strong partner to the city in this. You know, even though the population that we kind of specifically address, which is the justice involved population is not the whole population of folks that are dealing with homelessness. And I just hope that we can work together, and make sure that we find a solution, right? And that we don't just get to the end of the 6 months with this contract and get out of the pandemic and then we're in the same exact situation as we were before we got into this. I think we have a great opportunity with the money that's coming in from the ARPA, this next tranche of federal funding, and I hope that we can find have something a little more tangible at the end of this period and a solution to move forward, because I just don't feel like we're there yet. And I know we've just been spending so much time on the crisis at hand, but we really need to if we're going to make this contribution, or if we're going to continue this partnership, we need to make sure that we're coming up with a more permanent solution. And so, I mean, I definitely want to support this and will support it, but I hope people are hearing what I'm having to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
Well, first, let me just say that we're from my perspective, I don't see that we're being short-sighted. We've got to take steps, baby steps, before we can take giant steps. So the thing is, I see that we're moving forward. But what was disappointing is I indicated this morning in regards to the idiotic legislation that was passed in regards to the homeless population, whereby they will be, if they're out camping out in the alley behind the Opportunity Center or on the bridges or wherever, where they'd be fined $500 for, and they don't have $500. If they had $500, maybe they wouldn't be homeless. But anyway, that legislation was passed. So short-sighted, no. I think we have a lot of work to do, yes, but we're moving forward. And once again, we need to keep moving forward. So I want to reiterate my motion to approve.
Thank you.
Judge,
Yes.
can I just clarify one thing before we go?
Commissioner, thank you.
So I know we had discussed this item on April 19th, and we had approved granting up to $850,000 for this effort. So I just want to make sure what we're doing today is that the city is now notifying us that they do need the full 850 and that they need it now. That's what we're doing today.
That is correct. It's my understanding.
That is correct,
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Caesar.
Okay, we had a motion from Commissioner Robinson and a second from the judge. Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Joel, thank you for coordinating this and making these things happen. Nicole and Ben, thank you for being and enhancing this discussion. I think people are pretty excited that we're moving forward. Lots of things required, but great progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thanks. Caesar.
Item number 23 from Information Technology. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign an agreement between the County of El Paso and SHI Government Solutions Microsoft Corporation. Funding in the amount of $493,370.10 is available in General Fund ITD Maintenance and Repair Software and New Position Operating. Contract number 2021-0280.
Chris, welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Chris Stathis, your Chief Information Officer. The item before you today is a request to upgrade our software licensing tier for the Microsoft suite of enterprise products. This upgrade is being requested primarily to support cybersecurity for all county users. However, it also supports a number of tools in line with ITD and the county's strategic goals. Approximately 45% of the costs associated with this upgrade will be offset by the discontinued need for other products. Your Chief Information Security Officer and I recommend approval for this item and are both available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Chris. And I know we talked this morning a little bit about a lot of things that we're going to try to combine the virtual and in person, a lot of technology. So we thank you. I know there's going to be some huge demands for us to make sure we do the right thing moving forward, and that we don't have to do certain things simply because we don't have the technology. And you've been a great partner in helping us move forward. So, big thanks to your team and yourself.
They're a great group to work with. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you. Caesar.
Item number 24 from Public Works. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the addendum to the Omnia Master Maintenance Agreement with TK Elevator Corporation, formerly known as ThyssenKrupp Elevator Corporation, for elevator maintenance services and repairs at various county facilities for a 5-year term beginning on the date of the second party's signature, and will automatically renew for up to 3 1-year options. Funding in the amount of $195,360 is available in various accounts. Contract number 2021-0281.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge, County Commissioners. My name is Robin Sully, Facility Maintenance Director. This master service agreement is for the maintenance and repair services for a 5-year term. The locations covered under the maintenance agreement includes the county courthouse, the parking garages, downtown detention facilities, the jail annex, sheriff headquarters, juvenile probation, sports park, medical examiner, and Ascarity Lake. We are asking for your approval to allow ThyssenKrupp to continue to provide maintenance services and repairs at those various facilities for a 5-year term beginning at the date. Funding is available in various sites. Subject to your questions.
Questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Sully.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
You're welcome.
Item number 25. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the supplemental contract with Gap Air Conditioning and Heating Incorporated for the replacement of 10 rooftop units at the jail annex in the amount of $135,163.87. Funds are available in CIP 19 Public Works, Sheriff's Office Jail Maintenance, Renovations and Repairs, and CIP 21 Facilities Jail Annex Renovation. Contract number 2021-0383.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Judge and County Commissioners. Robin Sully, Facility Maintenance Director. This contract is for the removal of 10 existing Lennox rooftop units and the installation of 10 Lennox rooftop units. The rooftop units are located throughout the units the gel pods at A, B, and C, and they are directly feed into the cell blocks and will enhance the HVAC systems. We're asking for your approval to allow the GAP Air Conditioning and Heating Incorporation to install these 10 rooftop units at the jail annex in the amount of $135,163.87, subject to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sully. Questions? Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, County Commissioners.
Thank you.
Item number 26, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 26, approve and authorize the Community Services Department in collaboration with the University of Texas at El Paso and the Paso del Norte Health Foundation to apply for a grant from the Centers for Disease Control Community Health Workers for COVID Response and Resilient Communities Program in an amount of up to $5 million beginning August 1st, 2021 through July 31st, 2022. No county matches required. Contract number 2021-0384.
Irene, go ahead.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Once again, County Judge Commissioners, Irene Valenzuela with the Community Services Department. I'm excited to ask for your approval on this item. This is a fantastic opportunity for the county to apply for a grant of up to $5 million to expand on the county's Reduce the Risk, Reduce el Riesgo communication campaign that we deployed last fall utilizing promotoras, or as they're called, community health workers, to disseminate COVID-19 mitigation and health intervention information to the community. The University of Texas at El Paso, along with several other academic institutions, and with the amazing partnership of the Paso del Norte Community Foundation, brought together with us to partner to write and submit this grant on behalf of the County of El Paso. Dr. Bibi Mancera, who's the Director of Community Engagement with UTEP's Border Biomedical Research Center, organized this grant writing effort with the county, and I've asked her to come on to provide a brief presentation to the court about this funding opportunity. So, Judge, if it's okay with you, I'll hand it off to Dr. Mancera, and I'll ask ITD to pull up the PowerPoint presentation on this backup for her.
Absolutely. I know you were under the gun. This is like very close to the deadline, and a lot of things have to happen. And, we did talk to, Dr. Mancera and I got to talking, and I'm very glad that you pushed as hard as you did to make this happen. So we got it. I think we're at a good time at this point. So Dr. Mancera, you want to go ahead and present?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Judge Samaniego and Commissioners Court. I would just like to give you all a brief overview of this funding opportunity. It is a tremendous opportunity for the County of El Paso, not only to leverage what has already been done with the funds that you all provided to initiate the Reduce the Risk campaign back in the fall, but it's also an opportunity for the county to incorporate community health workers into the colonias. As you can see, this first slide, it's a partnership between the county, the Paso del Norte Community Foundation, and the Paso del Norte Health Foundation, UTEP, Texas A&M University Colonias Program, Texas Tech Health Science Center at El Paso, and UT Health in El Paso, as well as the City Health Department of Public Health. Next slide, please. Once again, the collaborators for this particular application, there were only 3 entities that could apply. It had to either be a state, county, or a tribal government. So the county is the applicant for this particular application. utilizing the same structure that was used in the fall for the reduce the risk, utilizing the CARES Act funding, it is proposed that the Paso del Norte Community Foundation / Health Foundation would become the grant administrator for the county. And as such, we have the partnership of the 4 academic institutions who would be the sub-awardees. And the Department of Public Health is providing their services and the utilization of training and their promotoras or community health workers as in-kind contribution. Next slide, please. The funding opportunity is actually funding opportunity DP 21-2109, which is Community Health Workers for COVID Response and Resilient Communities. This is the first time that we actually see this amount of funding that has been allocated for the CDC to incorporate community health workers. The pandemic proved very it shone a spotlight on the tremendous disproportionate disparities in communities of color, and El Paso being one of them. So I believe that all of the efforts across the country in trying to mitigate and prevent future COVID spikes or surges has led to this effort. And there's, I believe, $150 million that is going to be allocated for this particular RFA. There will be approximately 70 awards, and each state there is a limit of up to 3 awards per state. I know that in the state of Texas, it's going to be very competitive as we have several institutions and other areas of the state applying for the same funding. Next slide, please. So there are actually 2 components to this slide. Component B, which is actually the implementation. So what we would like to do is leverage on the work that was done with the Reduce the Risk, Reduce el Riesgo campaign in the fall. We feel that it's a competitive proposal, and this is what we're hoping, that we can use the current RTR framework, which incorporates the promotoras. We want to utilize the expertise of the collaborating universities so that they can provide training and ongoing support to the project. And we also have a coalition that was formed, something that is important to this particular funding mechanism. It is a cross-sector collaborative, which many of you, I believe, have joined at some point or another, or have constituents who are also a part of this collaborative. We have to demonstrate that the county has such a coalition in place, which it does through the collaborative. So the other innovative component of this particular funding mechanism, which we feel is a strength, is that we want to incorporate community health worker-led interventions to address what the CDC and we all know are high risk factors for severe COVID-19 infection, such as hypertension, obesity, type 2 diabetes, alcohol, and tobacco use. So we see with the data that we had from the county that we as a county have these issues. So we would like to start interventions, and we would like to promote healthy nutrition and exercise to improve these outcomes so that there is a decrease in utilization in terms of health care and to provide a better quality of life for our citizens. And ultimately, this would lead to health equity in priority populations such as ours in El Paso County. Next slide, please. Component C is the innovation part. Component C is contingent upon component B being awarded. It is a separate proposal, yet it is incorporated into the total, into the complete packet. This one capitalizes on the digital divide and digital literacy for COVID-19 recovery, utilizing community health workers. The purpose of this is to increase technology resources in areas with low internet use, and of course utilize programs aimed at addressing COVID-19 recovery. For example, we would utilize the centers that you all have, the Agua Dulce Self-Help Center and the New American Center, to incorporate another set of community health workers who would work with the population to get them up to par with the use of technology, which would be very helpful in even registering for vaccines and future booster shots. But not only that, to give them access to their electronic health records if they need to access through many of the physicians and clinics who are now online. And again, the goal of this particular component is to improve health equity in priority populations. Next slide, please. So this particular grant, we are allowed to apply for 1 year. Although we submit a budget for 3 years, they will only award year 1. And the awarding of the subsequent years is contingent upon meeting the goals and the outcomes of year 1. So for year 1, the total amount requested through the CDC is close to $5 million. Component B is close to $3 million, and component C is close to $2 million, as you can see on your screen. And that is all. Thank you so much for the opportunity to give you a brief overview of this grant proposal. We're very excited about it, and it has sparked a tremendous collaboration with the institutions, and we hope to continue our work together to improve health outcomes in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mancera. I think one of the things that will be very helpful is that because of what we've done already, so I don't want to be presumptuous, but I think that, you know, the county has done some amazing things, and you know, I think if you've elaborated on that on the grant and trying to get that information to them, I don't know, I feel very comfortable that it's reachable because of the work, the previous work that has taken place. I think it's going to be exceptional. Was there someone that wanted to speak? I didn't mean to cut them off. Somebody was.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
A couple questions.
Sure, Commissioner Robinson.
Yes, the question I have is in regard to the grant. I'm in support of it, but the question I have is that to enhance our potential to ensure we get the grant, would it be appropriate to get levels of support? You know, for example, like locally, the Rio Grande Council of Government will be a good tool to use to help us with getting this grant. So, have we done that in the past?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. We actually have letters of support from the Rio Grande Council of Governments, UMC, local parishes, the health department, as they had to submit one on behalf of the city and the Office of Emergency Management. We have a few other letters of support as well, and of course, the institutions who are participating. It is very important that we do demonstrate that we have these collaborations and the support of these collaborative partners and community stakeholders. Yes, thank you.
Well, you're ahead of me, so I move to approve.
Any other questions from anyone? No. Second.
Commissioner Olin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mancera. The best of luck, and just keep us posted, and whatever we could do, if there's any additional, I know Irene is exceptional at supporting these initiatives, but if there's anything we could do as a Commissioner's Court, that would be more than glad. This is quite an opportunity, and it's going to be competitive, but whatever we could do to support the grants.
A prayer and light some candles for us.
Okay, candles. Candles always work, so thank you. Thank you, Irene. Great job, Irene. Thank you. Caesar.
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 27A through C pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the man information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts of...
Ready, Alexis?
Stand by, and we're good to go.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 28, discuss and take appropriate action regarding potential litigation regarding voting restrictions legislation. County Attorney's file number 01012188.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Jed Unterrecker, Assistant County Attorney. As you know, this is an item, a recurring item on the agenda as Commissioners Court and the County Attorney's Office continues to review voter restrictions legislation. At this point, we're still waiting on a final SB 7 bill. It is in conference committee at the moment. We expect that to happen at some point here very shortly. But until then, we cannot advise on specifically what legal options are. But at the court's direction, we will continue to monitor the bill as well as review potential options for the court to take once there is a final bill.
Thank you very much, Jed. And, obviously we're waiting for legal. They've been trying to do their research as well to see what other counties are doing. We're, very willing to wait and do the best thing that we can. And so we thank our legal team to stay on this subject, and we'll continue look at it as we move forward, and it'll be on the agenda until we arrive at something a little bit more definite. Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
Thanks, Judge. And I just wanted to point out that our legislative agenda, our legislative values, we support improving access to voting, not restricting access to voting, and these bills, whether it is the restrictions on being able to send out applications for mail-in ballots, whether it's the restriction on the hours that we decided to extend at different polling places, whether it's the curbside and drive-through voting, whether it's the security that we would, that they're asking us to have at every single polling station, whether it's the location of the polling stations. There are just so many different restrictions and that make this bill so terrible. And so that I think we're all kind of in lockstep and understand that all of those things would be negative for our community, and that we should fight against it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we have such strong initiatives right now to increase our voter participation. It's something that we really encourage. We've been pushing for people to go vote, and we do not want anything that would restrict that possibility of being a county that has a high voter participation. And that's very important here for our community. So thank you for that. Jed, thank you for your comments.
Thank you. And at this time, I'm not requesting that the court take action.
Okay, so Cesar, no action on this agenda item.
Yes, sir. No action on item number 28. And with that completes all the items on our agenda, Judge.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate everybody's participation. As I said earlier, we're heading into Memorial Weekend, and I do wish everyone a tremendous amount of success and productivity during this week. And I thank everyone that makes this possible, especially Cesar and Jessica and Alexis and Miguel and all the technology that goes behind it, and obviously my great thanks to Betsy and her team and our legal department, which has just done an exceptional job, but also very proud of our commissioners team and everything they do at each one of their precincts. It's really, as you could see, each one pushing really hard to get some of these things, especially the, getting people vaccinated and reaching that herd immunity is so exceptional. I also want to thank Diario and James Garcia, both Garcias. Not sure if they're related, but thank you for being our interpreters throughout each one of our sessions. So once again, I wish everyone an amazing week and look forward to a great Memorial Weekend for everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
You'll have a great week.
Sir, good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
This concludes today's meeting at 3:36 p.m.